We good? Yeah. Hi, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:01 and announce the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4. Are there any public comment on closed session items?
Madam President, there are no cards.
We'll close public comment and recess into closed session.
I matter at Arrowhead Middle School because I help around campus and I put 100% into my schoolwork and my sports. I matter at Edward Harris Middle School because I
Acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District occupied the unceded territory of the Miwok. Unceded territory of the skies and the waters where we work and learn.
Thank you for your patience. I'd like to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call this meeting back to order at 6:05 p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and the following actions were taken. By a vote of 7-0 during closed session, the board took action pursuant to Education Code 44944, Subdivision D4, to adopt the decision of the Commission on Professional Competence in an OAH case number 2025-080804 as the board's decision, and approve the termination of a permanent teacher, employee number 144750, effective March 28, 2026. Also, by a vote of 7-0, the board took action to terminate a permanent custodian 1, employee number 152303, for cause effective immediately. Good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. During regular board meetings, the public may make comments for items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students are watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner, such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. Prior to the Pledge of Allegiance, we'd like to have the Elk Grove Unified School District land acknowledgement read by Ms. Jersey.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. For our Pledge of Allegiance tonight, we have Folks Ranch Elementary. I'd like to call on Miss Ashley Bonington, Mr. Donovan, the principal, and Miss Baldwin has some comments.
All right, good evening. Folks Ranch Elementary School is proud to honor Ashley Bonington as our representative for the EGUSD Board of Education Flag Salute recognition. Ashley is joined by her husband, Josh Bonington, second grade daughter, Aubrey, and kindergarten son, Cullen. The Boningtons have been in Elk Grove since 2019 and are an extremely supportive and proactive family in the Folks Ranch community. Ashley is a Navy veteran who brings a high level of organizational and motivational skills to our campus, enriching the lives of students and staff. She has been an integral part of our PTO, starting out as a chairperson of events, later serving as vice president, and currently as president of Folks Ranch PTO. Through Ashley's leadership, the driving force, the tradition-rich Folks Ranch PTO is alive and well. Her passion for creating lasting family memories with creative ideas, endless energy, a can-do attitude, and an ability to navigate choppy waters is truly appreciated. The countless hours she spends making Folks Ranch the unique and idyllic learning environment we enjoy today are truly remarkable. We are happy to have this opportunity to thank Ashley and the entire Bonington family for their true partnership and integral role in creating the supportive learning environment and tight-knit, inclusive family feel we sincerely cherish at Folks Ranch.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join me in giving Ms. Bonington another round of applause. Tonight, we have our student regional report from Rio Cazadero High School and the Monterey Trail region, which includes Rio Cazadero High School, Monterey Trail High School, Edward Harris Junior Middle School, Roy Herberger Elementary, Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary, and Irene B. West Elementary. Before you start, we did leave off Raymond Case Elementary somehow. Thank you.
Good evening, all. I'm Patricia Liu.
And I'm Natalie Dong.
And we're glad to represent Monterey Trail tonight. We would first like to kick off our presentation by a performance with Raymond Case Elementary.
Say test. To practice say test. Oh, you're good. You're good.
Good evening. I am Mayeli. And I am Sarah.
We are in Miss Uslam's 3rd grade class at Raymond Case Elementary School.
We would like to thank Mrs. Wilbanks for her work with the Prop 28 VAPA grant.
We can't wait to be in the Monterey Trail marching band someday.
We have been learning how to play the recorder in music class. Tonight we are excited to perform for you and show what we've been practicing. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to share our music with you.
Thank you, Ms. Aslam's class, for that wonderful performance. As students of Monterey Trail, we would like to highlight some events that make us stronger together as a community. We would first like to start with our Multicultural Assembly. This is accompanied with a Spirit Week, which encourages students to participate and wear cultural clothing. This also provides an opportunity for clubs to perform and showcase their culture. With this, we also have a night show where friends and families come and watch. Along with our assemblies, our wrap-up program that includes vocal, impulse, theater, and more, attend the Edward Harris VAPA Assembly to encourage school involvement. Not only in the middle school, but both our band and color guard cheer on students at the surrounding feeder schools during events like Walk to School Day and more.
In relation to middle school involvement, Monterey Trail Shadow Day helps the incoming freshman class experience what their life will be on the trail. The day begins with a rally as the mentors help guide the students through different classes for the next year. Similarly, Open House Showcase gives an experience for new MT students to be familiar of what we have to offer at MT. Families and students are able to see different pathways they can take, along with directly meeting teachers and fun performances for future school involvement. Most importantly, or most recently, both Monterey Trail students and Edward Harris collaborated together to put on Community Carnival. Here, many clubs had the opportunity to sell food, offer games to students, along with fun performances viewed in the quad. This event was also welcome to our feeder schools, which encouraged family and student engagement to strengthen our community. Thank you so much for letting us share what the trail is all about. Now we have Leilani Gardner and Audrey Laney from Irene B. West.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Audrey Laney.
And I am Leilani Gardner.
We're 6th grade students from R&B West Elementary School, and we're excited to share how our school brings families and our community together.
At R&B West, learning doesn't just happen in the classrooms. It happens when our families, teachers, and community members all work together. One of our favorite events is our first day of school orientation, where families come to meet the teachers, see the classrooms, and start the school feeling welcomed and ready to learn.
We also have our Apex Fun Run. Families come to cheer us on, volunteer, and support our school. It's fun and exciting to run laps while our parents, teachers, and friends encourage us.
Another favorite is our trunk or treat, where families decorate their cars, pass out treats, and create a fun and safe event for everyone. It is amazing to see our school filled with costumes, laughter, and community spirit.
We also have family reading night. Parents come to read and participate in literacy activities. It's fun and shows how reading is important in both school and home.
During breakfast with Santa, families gather together in the mornings to share a meal and celebrate the holidays. This event helps build strong relationships with each other.
Our school also has family dances and family picnics. These events make everyone feel welcome in a fun way. It's special to see students and teachers enjoying a time together.
We are also thankful for our parent coaches who volunteer their time for our basketball and volleyball teams. They teach us teamwork, responsibility, and sportsmanship.
Community members also come to our school. For example, Mayor Singh from Elk Grove came to read to our students. It's inspiring to see how leaders from our community come and support literacy activities and encourage us to do our best.
All of these activities make Irene B. West a place where students feel supported, families feel welcomed, and the community feels connected.
When families are involved, we feel more confident and excited to learn and are proud of our school.
Thank you for supporting schools like Irene B. West that bring together our students, families, and community members. Thank you for your time and for supporting Irene B. West Elementary School. Go Wildcats! Here are representatives from Barbara Comstock Morse.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ivana Perez Lizarraga, a 5th grade leadership and NEHS student at Barbara Comstock Morse Elementary.
And I am Liam Dichu, a 6th grade NEHS student and avid ambassador. We are so proud to share that BCM has been an avid school for 7 years.
Not only that, but we are honored to be one of only 3 avid showcase schools in all of Elk Grove.
As you can see on the slide, our commitment to avid advancement via individual determination is a part of our incredible results in our CASP testing scores and our PBIS achievements.
To me, being an avid student means staying engaged, learning from our mistakes, and making the right choice, even when it is hard. Avid enhances the lesson expectations and helps me to perform well. For instance, my favorite avid strategy is a Socratic seminar. The main point of the Socratic seminar is to share ideas while cooperating and listening to the ideas of others.
For me, being an avid student means staying organized, collaborating with my peers to connect and build relationships. Further, to use education as a power to help me reach my personal goals. Avid is preparing us for college and careers by teaching us leadership and determination. By the way, my favorite avid strategy is the World Cafe.
Because of avid, we aren't just students. We're the future leaders of Elk Grove and ultimately the world. Go to BCM, go to college. It's a great day to be an owl. Woo woo! Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos.
My name is Janaea Guevara.
And my name is A.B. Popal.
And we are both juniors at the Rio Cazadero High School.
Tonight, you've heard a lot about collaboration and cooperation in the Monterey Trail region.
At Rio Cazadero, students are living that out by working together to improve attendance and reduce chronic absenteeism.
This year, our school created an attendance leaderboard and challenged students to become a top Raptor.
The leaderboard helps students see their progress and gives us a goal to work towards.
Students who improve their attendance are recognized and rewarded with things like school swag.
Special events like field trips and the ever-popular quarterly nacho party.
Top Raptors earn a lunch from a favorite local restaurant.
But what makes this special is that it's not really about competing against each other.
It is about challenging ourselves, supporting one another, and building a culture where students want to come to school.
At Rio, students encourage each other to show up, stay engaged, and take advantage of opportunities to succeed.
That support has made a real difference for our school community.
Because of this effort, Rio Cazadero has seen improved attendance and reduced chronic absenteeism.
And when students are in school more consistently, it also helps improve academic progress and student success.
We are proud to be part of a school community where students are helping lead positive change.
At Rio Cazadero, attendance is more than showing up.
It's about showing up for your future. Thank you.
And next, we have the students from Monterey Trail High School.
The Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition, or MTREC, is a regional equity-focused effort currently integrating 8 schools in the region.
MTREC began in 2020 in response to the murder of George Floyd and the responsive call to action to disrupt disparities that followed. The objective of MTREC is to improve racial equity in educational outcomes for Black and African American students within the MT region.
MTREC includes regional and site-specific action strategies and collaboration among students, parents, families, faculty, staff, site and district leaders, along with community partners.
The updated blueprint guiding MTREC work features progress updates and success outcomes. We also recognize this as systems change to work that takes time. While we've made progress, there is still much work to do. Priorities this year were informed by student-facilitated listening sessions conducted by our MTHS BSU students in spring 2025. Findings from those sessions uplifted the following.
Relationships are central to a sense of belonging and connection to Black and African American students. The need for shared learning and representation for African and Black students' culture. The need for increased accountability and transparency in addressing racism, bias, including the use of the N-word on campus.
In addition to students, parents, faculty, and principal leadership, collaborative partners, including district partners like Mrs. Kathy Wilson and the Families of Black Students United and EGUSD's Equity Department, as well as community-based partnerships, are critical to MTREC progress. Now introducing Edward Harris Jr. Middle School animation students in Ms. Johnston's class.
Good evening. My name is Ukamba Robinson, and I am a future college graduate at Edward Harris Jr. Middle School and at all schools in the Monterey Trail region. We strive to acknowledge and celebrate student identities, perspectives, experiences, and future goals. Students in my animation class at Edward Harris used animation and audio production to demonstrate why we matter at school. Enjoy. I matter at Edward Harris Middle School because I help around campus and I put 100% into my schoolwork and my sports.
I matter at Edward Harris Middle School because we're all one big group and together we matter as a team.
I matter in Edward Harris Junior Middle School because I have really nice friends and I do my best to be kind and have good grades.
I matter because I am a kind person. I care about other people and I always do my best every time I do my work.
I matter at Edward Harris because I am the key to building a successful environment for my friends and other fellow students.
I matter at Edward Harris because I am a helpful and resourceful student. I work well with others and I am joined in conflict mediation, which helps others by mentoring them and letting them talk and giving useful advice.
The reason why I matter at Edward Harris is because I can be helpful in my own ways, like for example, the book club for helping with designing the book fair and helping people with homework.
I matter at Edward Harris Junior Middle School because I try my best in everything I do. I've made lots of good friends and I act rich on campus.
I matter at EHMS because every student in the education system is the future people in this country.
I matter at EHMS because I'm a super cool person to hang out with and I am a great leader and I inspire others to be themselves.
I matter in Edward Harris because I'm a good role model for the 7th graders.
I matter to Edward Harris because I help classmates understand specific topics in class. I enjoy helping others. I enjoy being a good classmate towards students and other teachers. And I plan to be a future engineer in the city of Elk Grove.
I matter at Edward Harris because I make sure to include others in everyday activities, no matter who they are, because everybody should be treated equally.
I matter at Edward Harris Middle School because I help. All right, let's hear it for Roy Herberger.
Good evening, members of the board, the president of the board, and the audience for all being present here at this exciting day. My name is Matthew Chen, representing Roy Herberger Elementary. I have never expected to be chosen for such an honorable meeting, and it's an honor to give a speech for highly respectable and great people. My name is Matthew Chen, age 12, and I have played piano for the past 7 years, 4 of which I took the Certificate of Merit exams for the MTAC music program, which I received state honors for all of them and branch honors for 2 of them. My peers at Roy Herberger have always inspired me to become the person I am, and we always continue to help each other. And I give special thanks to the staff for inspiring and teaching us information we need to learn. Now, I hope you enjoy the video I have pre-recorded. Thank you for your time and respect, and long live the hawk that soars over the school.
We appreciate all your continued support and would like to invite you guys to our MTHS home game for Elk Grove Unified Sports Basketball versus Florin this upcoming Thursday on the 9th at the MTHS Gymnasium at 4:30. And our next MTREC meeting will be April 30th from 6 to 7:30 at MT. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day and go Mustangs!
Thank you to our incredible students, and I'd like to thank the principals of these fine schools, Mr. Wendell at Cazadero, Ms. Ricks at Monterey Trail High School, Ms. Freedy at Edward Harris Jr., Mr. Freedy, Mr. Santine from Raymond Case, Miss Moore from Roy Herberger, Miss Umay from Barbara Comstock Morse, and Miss Sanchez from Irene B. West. Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. Everyone is excused to do homework and such. Next, we will have our athletic recognition of Winter CIF Championships. Mr. Nickerson.
Good evening, President Albiani, members of the school board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I am honored to introduce to you three very special athletes. Isaiah Gonzaga from Elk Grove High School wrestled in the 113-pound weight class. Sky Schneider from Elk Grove High School wrestling in the 115-pound weight class. And Giselle Solano from Franklin High School wrestling in the 105-pound weight division. Each of these individuals won their weight class at the Sac Joaquin Section Masters Championship at Adventist Health Arena. There are over 200 schools that compete in the Sac Joaquin sections, and these outstanding wrestlers were crowned champions. It was a grueling 2 days of competition with 32 wrestlers in each weight bracket, and all three claimed the top of the podium. I also want to recognize that Sky and Giselle are back-to-back Masters champions. At this time, I'd like to introduce James Morales and Kyle Baird, the Elk Grove High School's wrestling coaches, and wrestlers Sky Schneider and Isaiah Gonzaga. Sky pinned her first 3 opponents before pinning Patricia Bay from Pittman High School in the finals. Sky also placed second at the state wrestling meet. Isaiah won 3 of his first 4 matches by pin or technical fall before defeating Knox Cruzat from Folsom 10-3 to be crowned the 113-pound weight class Masters champion. Next, I'd like to introduce Franklin wrestling coaches William Calvert and Gary Effon and wrestler Giselle Solano. In the Masters tournament, Giselle pinned her first 2 opponents and major decision the next before defeating Lily Dizon from Pittman 4-1 in the finals. Giselle also placed 4th in the state meet the following weekend. I present the winners, Elk Grove Unified winner CIF champions.
Congratulations again. Thank you very much. Next, we move on to resolutions. We'll start with the recognition of National Library Week. Mr. Schweitzer.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. We're here tonight for our National Library Week, and I know we have some staff from our libraries here. If you all want to stand and be recognized while I talk for just a second. Yep, thank you. First promoted in 1958, National Library Week is sponsored by the American Library Association and observed in libraries across the country each April. This year, National Library Week is celebrated April 19 through 25, 2026, and libraries host special events to highlight the unique role libraries play in people's lives. This year's theme is Find Your Joy. Celebrations occurring across the nation during National Library Week include the Right to Read Day, National Library Workers Day, National Library Outreach Day, and Take Action for Libraries Day. It's essential to continue our acknowledgement of the valuable contribution and recognize all of our library workers, including teacher librarians and library media techs, who make library services possible for all of our students. Libraries are many things to many people and continue to evolve to meet the needs of the communities that they serve. This evening, the board is requested to approve resolution number 74 to recognize April 19 through 25, 2026 as National Library Week.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards related to this item?
Yes, Madam President, I have 4 blue cards on this item. So I'm going to start with Bethany Payne, and after her, Joan Streeters. If you could be over here to the side. There we go. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Bethany Payne. I have been a library tech at Dillard Elementary for about 11 years now, and I think I've been working as a library tech in the district for about 14 years. And I'd like to thank you for recognizing our work in the district. It's really important work. Today, I read stories to first graders. We shared lessons on Poetry Month, because April is National Poetry Month. We did lessons on reading novels in verse to broaden our horizons and the things that we read. Also prep lessons for Jazz History Month, because April's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm looking forward to doing that next week. I spent my lunchtime coloring with students, helping a student do research on black-footed cats for his endangered species report. We found new books, because my students get to come in and choose a new book every day if they want to. I also processed some new books in between, and I helped a teacher repair a manual that is falling apart. My door is never shut. It is constantly opening. I am taking the manual home tonight because I'm not quite finished with that, and she can't be without it. She was like, this is my lifeline. It's my Haggerty manual. I need this. I can't be without it. So I've got it home tonight, and I'm going to go home after that and finish that work. The library is the heart of the school. It's the center of everything. I serve every student and every teacher on my campus. I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that every day because my campus allocates a little bit of extra money for me. Not every school does that. And I think that that's a real equity issue in our district. And I think that that's a really important thing that we need to address. The library is math because our math curriculum is reading heavy. The library is social studies. We read historical fiction. We study texts from the Constitution, like all the way to the Declaration of Independence to just our history. The library is science. I had students come in all week to ask me about the moon, which was so exciting and so great. The library is the arts, music, drama, poetry. The library, it's reading. It's the heart of everything that we do. And this is where it starts. And at the elementary level, we're building those foundations. We're serving every student, and this is where it begins. We talk to a lot of students who were progressing through all the way up to high school, but elementary is the heart of it all. And I know that budgets are tight, but when we consider one place that we could put money that really meets the core of all our missions, funding the elementary library is one place where we can make every dollar count. Thank you.
All right, and we've got Joan Streeters, and after her, Stacy, the librarian.
Good evening, Superintendent Riley, members of the board, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Joni Streeters. I'm from Casumnes River Elementary. I have been a library tech for over 30 years. I once knew all the elementary library techs, but now I'm lucky if I know 1/3 of them. The reason is the big turnover of techs these days. The reason we have such a big turnover is the library techs don't have enough hours to get their job done. And it seems like every year we are given more duties. This job can be very stressful in an already stressful world. The experienced techs are also spending time, usually unpaid, to train new techs. I once trained a new tech who had library experience at my former principal's year-round school. After 1 week, she walked into the office, threw her keys on the desk, and said, "I can't handle this," and walked out. The only thing that saved the school was I had trained my former principal to do library and textbooks during the 2010 year when all library techs were laid off. We also trained his vice principal, and the school was able to handle library and textbooks until a new tech was hired a couple of months later. The textbook piece is so important because students are always coming and going, and the textbooks need to be tracked. Our techs want to give each student a wonderful experience in the library. Some students need more help in finding what is right for them, and some students are exploring new interests. It is also nice to be able to read to students, but time is so limited that many of these things are either rushed or non-existent. We have been asking for more hours for over 10 years. You keep telling us how great we are and how special we are and how we are appreciated. Library techs, without library techs, the schools would not be able to function, especially with textbooks. Isn't it time you recognized our value and helped us out? Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Stacy, and after her, Maria Howe.
Hi, my name is Stacy, and I'm a librarian in this district. It is my favorite job I've held in education, even though despite what some may think, librarians do not in fact get to sit around and read all day. It is my favorite job because librarians get to foster a love for reading in an increasingly digital age. This shows students what true rest and positive mental health actually looks like. We also encourage persistence when texts are difficult, which teaches students to persevere in future problems too. We provide a safe space for students to grow into their best selves, and we connect students with places and people outside what they encounter on a daily basis. This is called learning empathy. However, When a librarian's time is taken away from these important tasks to do other things like manage and troubleshoot Chromebooks, the students suffer. As you have noticed, my colleagues are setting up samples of broken and damaged Chromebooks. Each Chromebook costs $350, and our district charges students for repairs or Chromebook insurance the low price of nothing. It's free, despite our being the 4th largest district in our state and many of our surrounding districts right here in SAC requiring a minimal repair cost. This practice of distributing Chromebook after Chromebook to the same student, regardless of how many they've had before or the damage they have incurred, this goes against our district's mission of imploring our students to be, quote, ethical participants in society, or how we want to be known as an organization that, quote, finds solutions. Not to mention that $350 cost is the physical cost of the Chromebook itself, not the time or the employee cost to identify, troubleshoot, and repair if possible. Half of the ones that come in are unrepairable, like these 20 that you see here. This equates to a $3,500 loss per week per site. Now multiply that by 66 schools in our district, and that grand total comes to $231,000 per week. And if my number is high, let's just cut that in half. That's still $115,000 every 5 days. That is more than the average librarian gets paid all year long. As a taxpayer, I find it ludicrous that we are laying employees off while not charging at least a nominal fee for Chromebook damage. We are hemorrhaging money and being financially irresponsible with my taxpayer money. As an educator, I wonder what lesson are we teaching the students who damage something that does not belong to them over and over again? Will they be the same future driver who hits my car and leaves the scene? How will they fare at a job when they think they can mishandle equipment over and over? Finally, because I like offering solutions, imagine the revenue if we started holding students accountable for their intentional Chromebook damage. We could, in fact, do the following. Hire library technicians for full-time hours at each elementary and middle school. We could fund a district librarian, raise the book-to-student ratio, or maybe teach our students responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we have Maria is next.
Good evening, Board President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Maria Howe, and I'm the teacher librarian at Cosumnes Oaks High School, which serves students at CO in Pinkerton, alongside my co-librarian at Pinkerton, Emelina Zimko. I'd like to share what strong middle and high school libraries and credentialed teachers librarians make possible for students across our district. School libraries are one of the few places on campus where students have both access and choice. Independent reading, when students are able to choose books that reflect their interests, identities, and lived experiences, is one of the most powerful ways to build lifelong readers. During academic visits, we build in time for students to explore our library, receive personalized recommendations, and find books that genuinely interest them. Helping a student find the right book can change how they see reading. When students have choice and support, they read more, and that increased reading strengthens their vocabulary, comprehension, and writing across all subject areas. And that growth is measurable. Last school year at our site, our joint 712 library had 9,558 checkouts. This year, we are already over 10,370 checkouts with 7 weeks still to go. We are on track to reach approximately 11,000 checkouts. That's an increase of over 15% in our circulation this year. Out of that, the high school checkouts at CO alone make up 57%. That shows our high schoolers are reading. This growth is not accidental. It reflects our intentional collaborative work to increase access, build relationships, and create a culture of reading across both our campuses. And additionally, we are instructional spaces, and teacher librarians are teachers. This year, our high school classes at CO have visited the library over 260 times across 3 quarters. Those visits include research instruction, independent reading, co-taught units with our teachers, and also weekly support for our level students in our SPED classes. Through this work, students learn how to evaluate sources, navigate information, and think critically. These are skills essential for high school success and beyond. And finally, student connection and belonging. We serve approximately 3,300 students across our 2 campuses. Almost 400 voluntarily come to our library a day, not with their classes. They are choosing a space where they feel safe, supported, and welcome. We intentionally build that environment through inclusive programming and community-centered activities. We want our students to feel a place where they feel connected and safe. And that sense of belonging directly supports their ability to learn. And that doesn't happen without support. So I want to publicly say I'm grateful for the support of my principal, Zachary Cheney, whose advocacy, funding, and trust in me make this work possible. Additionally, also for my vice principal, Matthew McCracken, who's been an incredible mentor, advocate, and support. We also are thankful for our outstanding library techs, Melanie Hoblitzel and Rati Johnson. They are essential to our work. School libraries and our teacher librarians who lead them are a direct investment in literacy, academic success, and well-being. So thank you for your time and continued support of our students and libraries.
Thank you. That is all the speakers on this topic.
Thank you. I would like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution 74, recognizing April 19th through 25th, 2026 as National Library Week.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you to our librarians. Our next item is recognition of California Adult Education Week. And I'd like to call on Angela Rodriguez.
Hello. Good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Alvarez. My name is Angela Rodriguez, and I'm the principal of Elk Grove Adult and Community Education. So Adult Education Week is an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the vital role adult education plays in strengthening communities across California. Adult education provides pathways for adults to complete their secondary education, earn a high school diploma or an equivalent at their own pace, and successfully transition to post-secondary education, career training, or sustainable employment. These programs also create critical opportunities to re-engage recent dropouts and support lifelong learning and economic stability. Elk Grove Adult and Community Education proudly serves Elk Grove and surrounding communities through a broad range of high-quality programs, serving more than 4,000 adults annually. EGACE is focused on providing education and workforce development programs that advance economic stability and promote upward mobility. By equipping individuals with the skills and credentials needed for employment and self-sufficiency, EGACE strengthens not only the individual outcome, but also supports the well-being of families and the broader community. Our offerings include adult basic education, high school diploma, equivalency, English as a second language or ESL, citizenship instruction, job preparation, and career technical education. Our CTE programs include medical assisting, phlebotomy, pharmacy tech, and EMT. EGACE works closely with the district's family and community engagement and multilingual departments, as well as district elementary schools to provide education and workforce training opportunities for parents throughout the district. These collaborative efforts strengthen family engagement, support student success, and empower parents with the tools needed to achieve education and economic goals. Through partnerships with the Sacramento County Sheriff's Department, EGACE provides comprehensive and educational services to incarcerated adults at the Rio Casumnas Correctional Center and the Sacramento County Main Jail. These programs include adult basic education, high school equivalency, career technical education pathways in culinary arts, automotive technician, welding, ornamental horticulture, and custodial services. Courses lead to recognized education and technical certificates and are designed to prepare individuals for successful reentry into the workforce, supporting broad efforts to reduce recidivism and improve community outcomes. In addition, EGACE is home to an America's Job Center for California, or an AJCC, operating in partnership with Sacramento Employment and Training Agency, or SETA. Through multiple grants, EGACE delivers targeted workforce targeted workforce services for out-of-school youth, refugee populations, individuals receiving direct community services, and adults seeking employment or career advancement. EGACE partners with Los Rios Community College, the Department of Human Assistance, Child Action, and other AJCCs across the region to provide integrated support services for students and job seekers. Beyond training and placement services, Job Center grants provide critical stabilizing supports, including eviction avoidance, utility assistance, gas cards, food, bus passes, and access to laptops or technology, helping participants remain focused on employment goals. The Job Center serves more than 600 participants a year, promoting economic stability and upward mobility for individuals and families. In recognition of the impact and importance of adult education, the Governing Board of Elk Grove Unified School District is requested to approve Resolution Number 76, 2025-26, and declare April 6th through 10th, 2026, as Adult Education Week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
All right, then I would like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution Number 76, recognizing April 6th through 10th, 2026 as California Adult Education Week.
So moved. I'll second.
Moved by Ms. Baldwin, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Baldwin.
I just wanted to extend my gratitude to our principal over at EGACE. I got an opportunity to go and visit both sites at Gerber and over at RCCC. I always forget the whole acronym. But there's really some amazing work that's being done over there and doing it with very, very meager means, particularly over at RCCC. There was a group of students in the culinary program who they made amazing desserts, which was like a big perk of going, and they were so proud to share like what they made and just their plans for that next phase of their life. And I think one of the things that's really powerful to know about our adult ed program is that it's that next chance that our families need. And I'm really just so excited for the work that's being done there, and I can't express enough my gratitude for welcoming me and showing me around. And today there was a multicultural day, essentially, not really assembly, but it was really awesome to go and see it. So I think you guys would like it. For fellow board members, if you wanted to go and check it out, I know that the students there are really proud of the work that they're doing. And it's really just a fun time to really see another side of our district. So thank you again, and I'm really happy to see that we are acknowledging our adult ed program this week.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. All right. Our third resolution is High School Voter Education Week. Mr. Schweitzer.
All right. Good evening again. I'm back up tonight to share information on high school voter education weeks. California Education Code 49040 designates the last 2 weeks, each September and April, as high school voter education weeks. Voter education weeks provide an opportunity for students to become actively engaged participants in our democracy and put these students on a path to a lifetime of civic engagement and voting opportunities. We strongly encourage our high schools and students to participate in high school voter education weeks and engage students in pre-registration, voter registration, mock election, and mock trial activities. This evening, the Board of Education is requested to approve Resolution Number 75, 2025-26, and declare April 13 through 24, 2026 as high school voter education weeks.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Then I'd like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution Number 75, which proclaims the period from April 13th through 24th, 2026 as High School Voter Education Week.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Our fourth and final resolution is School Bus Drivers Day. Mr. Black.
Hey, good evening, President Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. I'm happy to be here tonight to read this resolution regarding school bus drivers. The Board of Education is asked to adopt Resolution Number 78, designating April 28, 2026 as School Bus Drivers Day. School Bus Drivers Day, celebrated annually since 2009, was designated by the State Assembly to recognize and draw attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to the pupils in California. Annually, on the fourth Tuesday of April, the people of California officially recognize all school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to the youth of the state. The safety of our students rests in the hands of trained school bus drivers for up to 6 or 7 hours each school day as they expend personal time and energy in their initial training, maintaining a current license, perfecting their driving skills, and accruing added knowledge of school bus laws through continuing education classes. School bus drivers can also face natural and unexpected hazards in the performance of their duties while exhibiting patience and kindness towards pupils, parents, and school staff in the performance of their duties. As such, the governing board is asked to adopt a resolution to designate April 28, 2026 as School Bus Drivers Day in Elk Grove Unified School District in order to draw special public attention to school bus drivers for their continued and excellent services to the pupils in Elk Grove Unified School District.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have one blue card on this item, and that is Kirk Thompson.
Hi, I didn't actually plan to speak today. I just saw school bus drivers and I didn't see any of the usual suspects for School Bus Driver Day show up. So as someone who can not remember a time between ages 3 and 16 of not getting to school by a school bus, and considering the parent situation at home, if I missed the bus, I didn't go to school. And so I really wanted to make sure somebody talked about our school bus drivers. I can't think of probably the most underappreciated job in the whole school. I think maybe the librarians earlier might have something to say about that, but it's it gets so many kids to school. It also the kind of stuff that the school bus drivers have to deal with, namely kids like me. But it's one of the few places where I was never a big person in high school or junior high. It's one of the few places where I actually have been physically assaulted is on a school bus, and the school bus driver was there to figure that out for me. So, and just the level of patience that's required. I think any parent who has gone on a road trip with their kids can just imagine one person being responsible for dozens of kids on just maybe a rainy morning or a rainy afternoon, having to drive them. So I didn't want this to pass without showing some sort of appreciation to the school bus drivers. And if any of you are listening, you guys are doing God's work, and keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 78, designating April 28th, 2026 as School Bus Drivers Day.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It passes unanimously. Mr. Yang, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, good evening. I wanted to comment on this resolution. I just also wanted to thank all the bus driver and all the folks that are in that department. And, I have a special needs child that rely on a school bus on a daily school each week. So there are times that the bus may be facing challenges and so forth, but they work their way to make sure they get there. And if they don't get there on time, they let us know. But I appreciate all the effort that go into it on a daily basis from Monday to Friday. So I just wanted to express that I really appreciate it, and to provide that safe environment for my kid and our kids and the whole school district on a daily school days for all of our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is student expulsion, involuntary transfer recommendations. Would anyone like to address the board in closed session regarding a student expulsion? Seeing none, I will call for a motion to approve the recommendations for student expulsion.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Mr. Vargas, seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Request for student return from expulsion. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the recommendations for students seeking readmission from expulsion to the Elk Grove Unified School District.
Move. Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Same sign. Motion passes unanimously. Next, we have public comment. Are there any blue cards for items not on the agenda? Ms. Ballerini?
Yes, I have 10 blue cards for items not on the agenda. So I'm going to call the first two, and we'll move on from there. The first one is Heather Weichert and Matthew Beaslin, I think, or Beeston. If you could, there we go. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Heather Weichert. I'm a parent of 4 students in Elk Grove Unified School District. I was inspired to come to tonight's board meeting after completing the current Parent Perspective Survey. I want you to hear my experiences with family engagement, especially when it comes to providing meaningful input on decision making. My experience is this: the district has invited me to dinner, but when I show up, there's no seat at the table for me. Our elementary school had a new principal this year. During the hiring process, parents were asked to join the interview and provide input. Sounds great, right? In reality, a few parents were invited to ask one predetermined question, and one candidate was interviewed. Let that sink in. That's not meaningful participation. That's a rubber stamp, a check off the list so the district can say parents were given the opportunity to participate. Honestly, it was insulting. How many of you parents out here, well, there's a few left, have been asked to vote a fellow parent representative to elect you on a student site council? But the ballot you get, it's just a list of names. Parents you don't know. There's no 3-sentence bio, just the names of strangers. I've been on elementary and middle school site councils. Site councils are another rubber stamp to say the district is involving parents. At the secondary level, Pleasant Grove High School has made it clear they don't value parent engagement. Opportunities have felt like an afterthought this school year. For example, this winter they hosted Night at the Nest, which is an important event intended for family engagement. The Save the Date flyer was emailed to families the day before the event. When I emailed the principal to express my concern that it's poor etiquette to email out a save the date 24 hours before an event, there was no response to my concern. Another rubber stamp. I have a freshman at this school, at Pleasant Grove High School. She's an exceptional student, exceptional human, straight A's, mature, humble, the whole package. Just last week, my husband and I met with the principal at Pleasant Grove High School to discuss a serious concern that was initiated by my student over 5 months ago. Although the principal never met my student, never attempted to speak to her, he was dismissive and showed us no intent to hear us. Another rubber stamp. A message to Principal Carion: use your authority for the good. Common practice is not always or the only approach. As a parent, the
I'm
district
sorry,
invites
that
me to
means your
dinner.
time is up.
All right, thank you.
I'm sorry. So we have Matthew next, and then Neilton.
Hello. President Albiani, members of the board, Supervisor Riley, Superintendent, sorry. My name is Matthew Beeston. I am an alumni of the Elk Grove Unified School District, Elk Grove High School. Bought my first house here, owned a business in Elk Grove for a short period of time. So this is actually the first time I've ever been in this building though, so this is kind of cool. Currently I represent the Carpenters Union, and today we are here to stand up against negotiation without representation. Recently, the Building Trades Council has approached your board and proposed the idea of a district-wide project labor agreement, a PLA. The Building Trades Council does not represent the Carpenters Union. Okay, Building Trades Council, they are simply an organization that does represent some construction trades, but they do not represent the Carpenters Union. The Carpenters Union represents 11 different apprenticeable crafts. Our membership, our skilled members, we build 70% at least of everything that gets built. 70%. Foundations, framing, drywall, insulation, exterior envelope, interior finishes, 70%. The Building Trades Council has gone on record many times stating that they will not include the carpenters in PLA negotiations. Negotiation without representation. The assumption that the Carpenters Union will simply sign a PLA that we did not have a hand in crafting from the onset is false. This message has been delivered to multiple awarding bodies throughout Northern California recently. Some public agencies, unfortunately, have succumbed to pre-existing financial affiliations, political pressures, and that has resulted in public protests, as well as, in some instances, job site picketing. Some have heard our message and acted on this message of negotiation without representation, and they have required that the Carpenters Union be included in all PLA negotiations. There is no good reason to exclude the single largest construction trade from PLA negotiations. Your district has a fantastic history of utilizing our signatory contractors, our members, on a lot of projects. You put it in a context, relatable, right? I mean, you would not exclude, say, the science teachers from a negotiation of a contract with all the rest of your teacher or faculty staff. So please do not exclude the carpenters from the project labor negotiations. The Carpenters Union stands against negotiation without representation, and we respectfully request that you require that we be included in all PLA negotiations from the very beginning. Very quickly, thank you so much to the board members that we did meet with individually. I will be sending follow-up emails. I would love to expand, provide some more clarity on these points if you have any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we have Neil done, and after that we have Mary Ford.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Neil John Charles, and I'm a representative of the North Coast Carpenters Union. My wife and I have lived in Elk Grove for 16 years, and we currently have students who are enrolled in the Elk Grove Unified School District. As elected officials, voters like us have entrusted you with many responsibilities. One of those responsibilities is to dictate the terms of a project labor agreement, particularly who will participate in the negotiations. This is your responsibility. You have the power, not the building trades, and not staff. Elk Grove parents, like me and my wife, elected you to have those responsibilities. And if the negotiated PLA does not achieve labor harmony, if it results in bad actors committing crimes against workers on Elk Grove Unified construction projects, that responsibility lies on you. So you have the power to ensure labor harmony. You have the power to demand that the carpenters are included in the negotiations of the PLA. We are trusting in you to make the right decision. Thank you for your time to listening to what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mary Ford, and after Mary, I have Nicole Strange. Is Mary here? I don't see her. We can wait a second till the dust clears. All right, Nicole, if you'd like to go ahead and take the podium, and we'll call Mary again later.
I don't know if I'm tall enough. All right, good afternoon or good evening, Ms. Albiani, other board members, the official superintendent, Mr. Riley, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to talk about hopefully it's not too late to talk about the future raises of our AFSCME members, because I'm hoping to get ahead of the 26-27 budget. I know recently you guys voted for your guys' raises, so kudos to you guys. And it was a substantial raise. And with that substantial raise, I think it was roughly around like 300%. That puts you guys in like a monthly realm with my AFSCME people for like custodians and SOAs and like my library technicians that were talking earlier today. And they work really, really hard for their income, their monthly income. And so with that being said, I feel like because you guys gave yourselves substantial raises and, no shade, I'm hoping that we can funnel some money in our future budget towards our people across the board, because it's not just our 381s and whatnots that need the monies. But I was just thinking, money to money or whatever. Keep us in mind with those raises. So that's really all I want to talk about. Thank you.
All right. So the next person I have is Michael Guyent, and after that, Tanner Joseph. Is Michael here?
Good evening, and thank you for having me. First, I want to say that I'm new to this forum, but I'm here because I've been hearing many things in regards to what I consider inferior education of our Black students in the Elk Grove School District. I have two sons that have gone through the Elk Grove School District. Actually, they went to Valley High School. I had three granddaughters who went through Valley High School as well. I know that while they appear to be very intelligent, they are very intelligent. However, they do have disparities when it comes to reading and writing. If you talk to them, they speak very well, but if you ask them to write an essay, they have problems with that. They even have some issues when it comes to mathematics. So I'm concerned about that, because what's going to happen to our future children if they're not getting a better education? I have myself had problems when I was coming up, and I had to learn how to teach myself English and mathematics when I felt that I was cast aside because I wasn't excelling with a lot of my contemporaries. But not everybody will take the responsibility to try to ensure that they educate themselves in the best ways that they can. I did that through night school. I did that through joining the Army, and I did that through reading. So I can read, I can write, but I had to take it upon myself to make this happen. Everybody's not going to do that. We need our kids to be able to go through school, keep up with their contemporaries, and shine. And that's all really I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we have Tanner Joseph, and after that, I believe it's Johnny Smith.
Board members, thank you for the opportunity. What I find interesting tonight is that you've got or had the carpenters, the librarians, all inform you that they are in need of your assistance. Now, the librarians, which is interesting because the organization that I represent, we all represent votes, which puts you in those chairs. So why is the librarians consistently asking a board like this and principals like this for support when all of us are college graduates, and I'm assuming everybody here is a college graduate, so each one of us has been in a library. Why are we denying the children here in Elk Grove the opportunity? That young lady that just spoke and the librarian that stood here a moment ago, stating that she has been here before you before with no action. Everybody's got blank stares on their faces, but nobody seems to make a move as far as the children are concerned. Number two, those carpenters, that contract that is supposedly being negotiated with you and not with them is going to cause a problem. What really shocks me as a taxpayer is when the superintendent stands up and makes a public comment that the law gave him the opportunity to raise your $750 to $3,000 a stipend. That's interesting because I look for the law, haven't found it yet. But what I do find is discrepancies within this system. No, it is not Sac City, but this is. There are some problems here that need to be corrected. Now, I'll leave the mic in a moment, but I've got to say this. How long are we going to continue the elephant in the room to stay alive and to deny children? How long are we going to keep doing this? Each one of the adults, including myself, how long are we going to keep doing this? Everybody here on this row and everybody up here has a paycheck. So there's nobody that's here that wants or is in need. But our children are. That's white, black, brown, Asian, are in need. I leave with this. The SROs, yes, I know a little bit about them. I'm from San Francisco. However, the SROs, are they trying to get back within after the lawsuit took place, which took them out of the schools? Are they trying to come back by any means that they can to put an officer back in the hallway? There's several questions that need to be answered. Does this board have the fortitude to answer any of those types of questions? I yield at this moment.
Okay, we have Johnny Smith and then Marvell Wilson.
Yes, thank you for having me. My name is Johnny Smith. I'm a retired substance abuse counselor. But you know, when I was coming up as a kid, I was coming up in Los Angeles. And I'm very thankful that my mother moved us out of Los Angeles after the 6th grade because I couldn't read. Went to a small town called Paso Robles, California. And that's where I learned to read and write. You know, but in that city, I couldn't. And I'm hearing now it's like 24% of the children now is 24% of the kids in school right now. 24% is that a reading level, you know? And most kids, if there's not someone in there that's really on them, especially the minority kids that's really on them, you know, they're gonna fall to the side and they're gonna find something else because they got too much dang pride to say I need help. They got too much, man. And what they turn to, drugs and alcohol, just like I did, but thank God I made it. But my main concern now is the children. I have a great-grandson that goes to school here in Elk Grove, and thank God he's making it. You know, when he first started out, my granddaughter called me and said, "Grandpa, you need to go to school and see Lil Wesley." And so I got permission and I went into the school. And all I had to do was just sit there. Just sit in the classroom, not say a word. And that kid and all the other minority kids were straight. When I got up to leave, they all got up and gave me a hug. They need that figure in there, you guys, to help us raise our children the right way. You know, so I'm just asking that, you guys look at this, look at what's happening. Let's save the children. Thank you.
Okay, we have Marvell Wilson and John Taylor is after that.
Hi, good evening. Marvell Wilson. I'm here to represent a group of men who are very concerned about the status and the state of affairs with our youth and their reading ability. Have some statistics, I think. I don't know if anybody's going to bring them. So I must say that my experience here in this format has been very pleasant. I love your facility, and it contradicts the statistics that I'm bringing to you now, because I saw eloquently delivered speeches by young folks of all nationality. But in this status report here, there are 24%, what my brother just mentioned, at reading level, where 34% are above, which is a plus. However, 66% are not really grasping the teaching, and then we don't have a good receptivity in the computation, meaning that 76% are not taught to compute, whatever that means. I don't know if you're talking about a computer or if you're talking about critical thinking. I don't know. But these are the statistics that I'm reporting, and they're very contradictory to my experience here. And I'm just wondering if we brought this to your attention, could we get to the point where you have one of those put to the floor, get a second, and have a unanimous vote for our recommendation to have people available in the classroom to help assist our youth, because that's one of the proposals that we have. As a matter of fact, it's not just a suggestion. We have put together our strategy, and we have recommendations, not just for Elk Grove, but for the school system at large, because we are noticing that the disparity is far greater elsewhere than it is here, but it's not that good to report what's happening here. So I just want to make sure that when we leave here, you understand that we're going to be pouring in on this as much as necessary until we can get this thing considered closely, because everything that I'm experiencing here contradicts these statistics.
All right, we have John Taylor, and I've got Mary Ford. If she was out and has come back in, she'll be next. Thank you.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent. My name is John Taylor. I've been here for over 20 years. I was here when Dave Gordon was a superintendent, when Steve Labb was a superintendent. I'm still here addressing this same incredibly painful disparity where black children cannot read and write and comprehend English at grade level and can't do math. I mean, come on, you guys. At some point, somebody has to stop and say, wait a minute. How is it possible that these children are spending thousands of hours in classrooms with people and they're not learning how to read? There are only 26 letters in the alphabet, and you got kids in kindergarten that don't even know their letters when they get to the first grade or the second grade. And nobody is trying to stop this train from going down the track, and now you got thousands of people graduating high school and they're illiterate. What kind of job? When you say these kids are going to be career and college ready, they're not going to be career and college ready. They might be ready for criminality or crime, because if you can't read and you can't write, what kind of job are you going to get? So yes, I'm involved with the Concerned African American Parents. I am involved with the Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. I am involved with the Sacramento County Education Coalition. We are going to continue to come to these board meetings, and at some point, we're going to actually be outside with signs protesting, not just here in Elk Grove, at Natomas, Twin Rivers, San Juan, Folsom Cordova, and Scowey. This is ridiculous. There are over 30,000 black children in the Sacramento County, and they're telling us that only 20% of these children can read and write and comprehend English at grade level, and only 10% can do math. And you guys are sitting here, like he said, looking at me like deer in the headlights, getting increased pay. How is it possible that you can justify giving yourselves more money and children are continuing to fail? This doesn't make any sense. Let's do something about it, and we got to move the needle. Like I said, when the No Child Left Behind law came out after George Bush passed it, that's when we first got wind of this so-called disparity in this academic achievement gap. That was in 2003. So for 23 years, people like myself and others have been trying to figure out what is going on. So come on, you guys, let's work together, let's figure something out, and we'll continue to be here, and hopefully we can get together and sit down and talk about some solutions, because I think we've got plenty that we can make happen. Thank you so much.
Okay, is Mary Ford here? I'm going to say public comment seems to be over.
All right, thank you. Our next item is the consent agenda. Are there any blue cards related to the consent agenda?
Madam President, there are no blue cards related to the consent agenda.
Okay, Ms. Moore is asked to pull item 1 and 4 off the consent agenda, so I would like to ask for a motion to approve items 1 through 36 minus item 1 and 4 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
First by Mr. Yang, second by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Ms. Moore, you asked to speak. Let's take them one at a time. Number 1.
Yes, regarding item number 1, one of the policy updates under item number 1 is student use of technology. And this weekend, a parent emailed a detailed list of concerns regarding student technology and parental involvement and controls with district student-issued Chromebooks. The parent is also an IT specialist, and I would like to share just a portion of his concern. He said, I am writing as both a parent in the district and an IT professional to request prompt review and action regarding parent visibility and parental control limitations on district-issued student Chromebooks, which also relates to the need to update technology policies and administrative regulations. This is a student safety issue, a parent rights issue, and a policy consistency issue. The district's current policy places responsibility on parents to monitor and govern their children's use of school-issued devices. That is a reasonable expectation only if parents are given meaningful visibility into how those devices are being used and some practical ability to respond when concerns arise. At present, that does not appear to be the case. As I understand the current setup, parents may be able to supervise device use to some extent at home and through their own household network and rules, but they have little or no visibility into student browsing activity on school-issued devices while students are at school, on other networks, or otherwise outside direct parental supervision. Parents also do not appear to have a district supported way to receive activity summaries, identify concerning patterns, or apply supplemental restrictions appropriate to their own child. That creates a serious gap between the district policy and reality. Parents are told they are responsible for monitoring usage while the system is structured in a way that prevents them from doing so in any meaningful, informed way. I want to be clear, this is not a theoretical concern. Children are regularly exposed to material online that parents would reasonably want to know about, including inappropriate content, harmful social media trends, unsafe interactions, and searches that may indicate emotional distress or other serious issues. In some cases, a parent's awareness of that activity could be the difference between early intervention and a missed warning sign. Even when district filtering is in place, filters are not perfect and they do not remove the need for parental awareness. And that's the end of the comments that I'm sharing from the parent. But I would just like to say that this parent's concern is a concern that many parents have shared with me. They worry about their children having a device that cannot be monitored or where parental controls cannot be implemented as they would be on a device purchased by a parent. Even if a family chooses not to use a district-issued device at home, some students have accessed inappropriate materials during class or been subjected to inappropriate materials or websites from other students during school hours via Chromebooks. And when I previously asked about this concern and the topic of technology under safety, I was told that parents must help their students practice internet safety at home. However, I believe that this parent brings up valid concerns that should be considered when we look at student use of technology. And that is the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Talbiani, may I also speak?
Of course, Mr. Vargas.
Since the item got pulled, I think it's worth just having a quick conversation, or speaking quickly about the artificial intelligence policy, and also and along with that, the employee use of technology policy. I think I would have liked to have more of a board level conversation about these policies, but I don't see anything particularly controversial in here, so I think that's fine. But I do want to highlight a couple of things, in part because I think people misunderstand AI and misunderstand how we use technology. And there is this assumption out there that things you put on the internet can stay private. And I think that that is a deeply mistaken and deeply misguided assumption. And I think it's important for us to call that out as we're approving this policy, and to highlight for people, particularly employees, that and students, this applies equally to students, that these are tools that we use, but we have to be extremely careful with them. Artificial intelligence in particular, it is incredibly tempting to put things into put a question into ChatGPT, or to put information into ChatGPT and have it spit out something for you. And it is so easy to put in information that is confidential. Or to put in personal information into those and want to believe that that will stay private, and it's not. The minute you put it in there, it is public information. And for those of us who have a responsibility to keep certain information confidential, that is extremely problematic. And so part of the reason why I wanted to raise this is I'm an attorney. I have the same impulses as everybody else to want to use ChatGPT to make my life easier. I do use ChatGPT to make my life easier, but you have to be so careful. And so I want to call that out as we're doing this, because we're not having as big of a discussion around this. I think it's still important to put that out there. It's still important to remind people from this dais that when you're using AI, when you're using online tools, be very, very careful about what you're doing. And it's especially for employees. Read the policy, right? When you are using technology, you are responsible for reviewing it, and you're responsible for the final product that comes out. And that's important, right? We don't want to get into a situation where someone puts something into ChatGPT, it spits something out, and they don't review it first, and then suddenly something happens. Suddenly we discover there's a problem, and then they are responsible for that, right? We want to make sure that everybody knows this. Don't share confidential records. This is incredibly important. We have certain responsibilities, and this is a big no-no. And so if you put any kind of confidential information in there into the prompt, that is a problem. That alone is a problem. And then just the last thing I wanted to pull out of this policy, just to highlight, is that this is for employees and students, is, again, it is so easy to accidentally put in private information into these things, and it is important for us to remember and highlight that you have no expectation of privacy in this, right? These Chromebooks are district property. They're district Chromebooks. We tell you ahead of time when you're using our devices, when you're using our property, you don't have an expectation of privacy in these things. So when you put, what you search is, we're gonna know, right? What comes out of these, ChatGPT and your Google searches, what comes out of those, we're gonna know. You don't have an expectation of privacy in these things. So please, 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 as we're doing this, we are approving this now, going forward, please be very careful about how you use these tools. They are important tools, they are fantastic tools, they're gonna help us in the long run in our mission of educating students and in how we interact with each other, but please, please, please be very, very careful.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. And I think, your point is well made, and I also believe getting this passed will allow us to start educating people, and that's the first step.
President Albiani, can I make
Yeah,
a few comments?
you want to speak to it, Mr.?
Yeah, I just want to thank Trustee Moore for highlighting the parents' concerns. I think these are valid concerns for many parents out there. This is a new era of vulnerability in this digital world, and just assure that we're going to engage with this parent and other parents. This policy that's for your consideration this evening is a first step. Staff has been working very hard over the last 6 months. It presents a number of complex questions relative to confidentiality and FERPA, obviously, but also child development and academic integrity. It raises a number of questions for our workforce and such, and the responsibilities, to Mr. Vargas's comments, the additional responsibilities to be good guardians of our confidential information. But this policy will enable us to begin conversations and trainings with our staff, with our parents. I think it's going to bring a heightened awareness to the vulnerabilities out there, and the potential consequences of this. But it's also a technology, again, to Mr. Vargas's point, it is a tool, and it is a tool that's becoming more and more ubiquitous in our society, and there is a responsibility to teach our students and our community how to use this new technology responsibly. So this is just the first step, and I think as we continue to engage in these conversations, these policies will likely come back in short order for updating as we learn and we use. But I did want to highlight, to one of Mr. Vargas's point, the board will have an opportunity to engage and have some discussion on May 5th, because Mr. Barber and his technology team we have slated an artificial intelligence presentation that will kind of highlight these policies, take the whole community through it, give you an opportunity to engage, express concerns. It'll give staff an opportunity to react and respond, and it'll inform our training going forward. So we're just kind of getting started in this work, and it's quite a wilderness to explore. So we'll do it together, and we'll do it responsibly.
Thank you. All right, so now I'd like to call for a motion to pass item number 1 on the consent agenda.
So move.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Ms. Ballerini. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item number 4, Ms. Moore.
Yes, we're considering our new calendar for the upcoming year for our scheduled board meetings, I would like to ask that if we continue to schedule daytime special board meetings, that we do not include action items, especially action items of considerable interest or consequence to our staff, parents, and community members. And I would also like to ask that we carefully consider discussions and presentations of particular interest to community, parents, and staff.
What was the second part? I think we do the first part, and I agree, and I didn't understand the second part.
Also presentations and discussion items that would be of particular interest to the community, parents, and staff. And for example, last year we discussed the possibility of converting an elementary school to a year-round schedule at a daytime board meeting, and that really upset a lot of parents. The daytime board meeting, which starts at 9:00 a.m., makes it difficult or impossible for most parents, community members, and our staff to attend these meetings to share their feedback on important topics of interest.
Okay. I think there's a little bit of, I'm just going to personally tell you from experience, there's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. I get possibly not voting on those at a daytime meeting, and so parents can watch it on video and see the discussion and come make a public comment before we vote on it. That would make sense to me, Ms. Moore. But the reason we've done and started doing those were because those are kind of deep, meaty, big learning experiences, and so we don't want to eliminate that kind of discussion. So I hear what you're saying, and thank you. And I just wanted to tell you that's how they started.
Finish with my comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Okay, thanks. So I was trying to say that at 9:00 a.m., many parents are finishing dropping off at school, working, or otherwise fulfilling important daily obligations. So I ask that if we must continue the special board meetings during working hours, that we carefully consider the agenda items so that all stakeholders can fully engage on items of important interest to them. And as another example, I know that this school year we've had to have staff members use vacation time to come and attend our board meetings. So I just think it's important to be mindful of topics that we're discussing at those meetings, so that, because yes, people can watch them online, but I know a lot of people, especially on the facilities discussions and things that we seem to always have at our special daytime board meetings, they would like to be part of that conversation. So I just think that's important to be mindful of.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I would like to call for a motion to approve item number 4 on the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, I'd like to take a 5-minute break, 10-minute break. Let's come back when you can, please. Less than 10 minutes. All right, if we can get everybody to the front, I'd appreciate it. And get started again. Thank you. Do any of our bargaining units wish to address the board? Yes. Oh, thank you. Come on in.
Ms. Campbell.
Thank you so very much. My name is Diane Campbell. I'm president of AFSCME Local 258. Good evening, President Albiani, trustees, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, cabinet, and those of us that are still hanging strong. I just wanted to get up and support the librarian technicians and the school librarians that came up and spoke. As a leader, you always want to empower your members to have their voice and use it. So I am so very proud as president of Local 258, representing the librarian technicians, that they came up here while we are doing the recognition of our Library Week in next 2 weeks from now. And also bringing the audio visuals. Have to applaud that. Thank you so very much, because that has been a topic that we have had in past discussions with AFSCME members, with our past superintendent, Mr. Hoffman, about the cost of the Chromebooks. What are we doing to recoup that cost? The time that involves of our librarian and librarian technicians taking them away from the students. And also just in general, when they're talking about how the library is the art, it is the science, it is the math, it is the safe place for students, and that's why there is such a need even for the elementary level, for those students to have a safe and secure spot at the elementary school where they can go and feel comfortable and be able to read a book, be able just to sit and do their homework or whatever it may be. And that's why there is such a need to extend those library hours at the elementary school level. Let the librarian technicians do the work they enjoy. Let them be compensated for the extra time that they are putting in there, because again, not every school has Title I funds or other PTOs, PTAs that are helping to fund those extra hours, because these librarian technicians are in non-benefited positions, but they are giving more than 8 hours a day to their schools because of the love and the dedication that they have to their students and their well-being and making them well-rounded. So I am just so very proud that the library technicians showed up. I fully support them, and I just wanted to say thank you, and they did a wonderful job. But also for the trustees, please take that into consideration about what the librarian and the library technicians mean to our students and to our schools, and they deserve so much more. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other? Oh, Rocio. Sounds great.
Thanks. Good evening, Superintendent Riley, President Albiani, trustees, and Ms. Avalos. First, I want to thank you guys for your response to the email we sent on March 3rd. Trustee Yang and Trustee Vargas, please check your spam folders. CSEA hasn't gotten a response from you, so if you can please do that. As the president of CSEA 831, I'm also a program educator supporting early childhood education at multiple sites throughout our district. I'm here tonight to encourage each of you to spend a day or several days in our shoes. Classified employees serve in many roles across the district. We are here before the teachers arrive and after students leave. We make sure children are fed, we support children with disabilities, translate for families, troubleshoot classroom and playground challenges, and maintain the physical spaces that make learning possible. And we do all of this in many cases for wages that do not reflect the true value of that work. Come spend a day with our paraeducators, classified staff, as they support classrooms with students who have multiple and complex needs. Walk with the class to the lunch line and witness how hundreds of children are fed in under 30 minutes, and how the care and presence of paraeducators and health assistants help every child enjoy that meal alongside with their peers. Visit the parking lot and see how staff calmly support parents and children who arrive daily in distress. Then end your day standing alongside with our paraeducators as they wait for children, making sure every single one of them gets safely onto their bus. We extend this invitation with respect and with hope. We believe that by experiencing firsthand the dedication, the complexity, and the daily challenges our members navigate, you will be better equipped in understanding the work being done. We look forward to seeing all of you come visit our sites and experience the work we're doing on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell and Ms. Galvan. Are there anyone else? All right. We're going to move to reports and discussion items. Our first item is Measure N and Community Facilities District Number 1 bond sale results. Dr. Coates.
All right, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, staff and public, excited to be here tonight. This is an informational presentation on a recent bond sale. As just a reminder, we've come a couple different times to talk about Measure N and bond financing. On March 3rd, you approved a resolution that we could go to market for a bond sale. We did that on March 24th. And Lori Ranieri, President of Government Financial Services, is here tonight to share all the good news so we can do good work. Lori?
Good evening. Thank you for having us. And I want to start by sharing with you, I appreciate your membership in GFS-JPA, and as you know, you've committed to be guided by finance best practices, ethics, and transparency. But as a reminder, Ms. Coates and Ms. Watkins are your representatives and alternates to our board, and they're doing a great job. You know, we now are well over 60 members, and Millie and I do a lot of travel, so I think she's going to take this opportunity to rest a little bit because of all those members. But we're growing, we're doing really well, and we really appreciate their contribution as leading our board. So tonight, we really saw the benefits of the best practices that the district has committed to. So I want to talk about the bond sale process because we sold bonds during a very tumultuous time. And as I was sharing with Dr. Coates before the sale, we used to say, well, we do all these things. I guess Millie does not want to sleep. We do all these things to protect the district in case there's a pandemic, there's a war. We always say these things not thinking that we'll really experience them, but we did, and the market, of course, reacts, and the district was able to stay the course, and I'm going to describe exactly what happened, but it really was a phenomenal result. And we, as I mentioned, the district is committed to be guided by best practices. We refer to the government finance officers' best practices that are published and online. Anybody can read them, and here's a list of just some of the main ones that were part of our process. In addition, the district obtained a credit rating and from Moody's Investor Service, one of the main credit rating firms, and it's a AA2. And the following reasons were cited. We have a large and growing local economy, projected student enrollment growth, and while the budget is challenging, there was a lot of optimism about being able to outperform projections and improve. So we sold $136 million of bonds on March 24th. That was also during spring break time. I've learned that spring break is actually a 6-week period throughout the United States. So when you work nationally, you find that all kinds of people are just absent, and it's spring break for them, but it's not spring break for you. And that's an interesting post-COVID paradigm. which is people really do take vacations and they're not available during those vacations. It used to be we could always reach everybody, and the one person who was on vacation that we needed to reach, that we were in fact able to reach, was Dr. Coates. She was on vacation, but she participated in the sale remotely, and we were very appreciative of that. So we had a competitive sale, which meant that we took bids from any qualified firm across the United States. We used an internet bidding platform called Parity, which is kind of an ironic name because parity means that things are equal, and the whole idea of the bidding is that they're not. But it also allows potential bidders to be notified and to have an easy format online to submit their bids. It's also posted in the Bond Buyer Industry newspaper. I don't think anyone is even able to get that in paper anymore. It's called newspaper, but it's online. And any bank or underwriter in the United States could bid. And one of the things we do is we allow a lot of flexibility within our bidding parameters. And we're able to do that because we use a lot of mathematics to even all the bids out for evaluation. But that allows each bidder to be really excited about bidding because they can do things that maybe they couldn't do in another sale. And our goal on the day of sale is to get as many bids as possible, because not only do we believe that more competition equals better results, that's what the academic evidence supports. Now, what was happening as we went into the sale? Well, this is the big picture from back when we were planning Measure N in February 24, and you can see that interest rates were lower. And you might not think that 3.10 is a lot lower than 4%, but we do. And it doesn't seem that different, but it is when you're borrowing $138 million. But one of the things you can see is as we were getting closer to the sale, the rates were rising in response to what was going on in the market. And so on the day of sale, lots of headlines. And of course, headlines kind of lag what people are actually doing. But one of the interesting things is because we try and make it easy for people to bid, some people sign up to bid, but people can literally sign up at the very last minute and still get a bid in. So we're watching all of these headlines. We're talking to all our bidders, trying to make sure that people stay with us. But here was the key. We were the only California competitive offering of the day. Now you think, why does that matter? Because people think that the firms are making a decision because they love Elk Grove. And that a lot of decisions are made on that basis. But one of the things that happens in the markets when other people go away and are not offering bonds for sale, the firms only make money when they buy and sell. So we were able to capture their attention because, and why does it matter that it's California, and why does it matter that it's competitive, and why does it matter that it's a general obligation bond? First of all, general obligation bond, very good credit, very secure. Even if the economy falters in some way, GO bonds are perceived as very high credit. California, it's double tax-free in California, and we have a lot of investors in California. Now, why do we have a lot of investors? Well, we have a lot of wealthy people that can benefit from the tax exemption, but we also have a lot of businesses that invest in tax-exempt bonds, and a really good example is insurance companies. Everybody pretty much has some form of insurance. Well, they're taking our money and they need to invest it to be able to buy whatever or pay us off if we make a claim, whatever it is. So there's a lot of people who live in California. That means there's a lot of insurance companies domiciled here, which means they're big investors, also banks, et cetera. So there's just a lot of types of businesses that are here as well as individuals who can buy them. Now, the next thing is our sale was at 8:35 a.m. Why at 8:35 a.m.? That's kind of a little tradition of our team, which is years and years ago, we decided we don't want to say 8:30 and have somebody be a minute late. So we verbally tell them 8:30, but it's actually 8:35. Of course, the computer tells them now that it's exactly 8:35. But the more fun we make it, the more we get participation. And people have a lot to do, so you've got to break through that. So what happened? Well, one of the things that's interesting is it looks like the whole map is tilting to the east here. We had 6 firms bid, 4 of them from New York. Baird is a big firm, and they kind of carry the whole state of Wisconsin on their shoulders because we often see bids from Baird, and they're located in Wisconsin. They're a growing firm. Wells Fargo used to be a California firm. They've relocated to North Carolina. And 4 bidders from New York, and nobody from California, yet all of these firms when they bid to buy a California bond, they're intending to sell it back into California. So the bidder may be sitting in one of these other places, but they're selling to California investors predominantly because they benefit from the double tax exemption. So here's our bids. Now, I mentioned Baird, big firm in Wisconsin, but they were worse than our first place bidder by $7 million. Now, that's really an important thing to note, because if we had said, oh, let's just go with Baird, it's a tough market and they always bid, they're a good bidder, we would have not, I don't believe we would have paid just $7 million more. I think we would have paid even more, because every bidder knew it was a bid. Nobody had the business locked up. They weren't telling us a story about the pricing. They just gave us the pricing. Wells Fargo was our second to the last, and Morgan Stanley, you probably have heard of them. They were our winning bidder. And right behind them, a firm you may not have heard of, Jefferies. And look how close, 4.665% was the true interest cost from Morgan Stanley, and just 1.5 basis points higher from Jefferies. So that's really close. On a big deal, $264,000 difference there. And our budgeted true interest cost was 5.32. So we beat our budget. Now you might say, did we over budget? Interestingly enough, the way we budget is based on applying the historical volatility to the future. So when we think that times are really bad, at least by the numbers, they're not any worse than they've been in the past, because that is what we actually use to model this. Our budget to actual on the cost of issuance budget came out also very well. We had a lower underwriter's discount, lower cost of issuance, more premium benefiting taxpayers, and more funds for facilities. The premium is the bidder can choose to offer to give us some cash up front that goes right into the tax payment fund at the county. So that means then there's a little bit less taxing because there's already some cash in the fund. And our estimated measure and tax levies are maximum tax levy estimated at the time of the election was $34. We are now projecting a maximum of 33, an average of 32, and the same term of 29 years. And it looks so flat because when you do a projection, you can make it that flat. Reality will settle in on a projection soon enough. So what's our next steps? Well, just in case I forgot to say congratulations, we put it right here on the slide. Congratulations, this was a great result. And the funds were received today. Our next measure and bond sale is spring 2028, and I'll be glad to answer questions, and I thank you.
So interested. I wasn't ready. Thank you very much. Are there any blue cards related to this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards related to this item.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Ms. Davis? Thank you. Ms. Moore? No. Ms. Baldwin? Oh, I'm doing that.
No worries. No questions. I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and acknowledge Dr. Coates. Thank you for being available for the bond sale during your vacation.
Great. Ms. Moore?
I would also like to thank you for the presentation, and I certainly appreciate your expertise to help us all better understand this and to share the good news. So thank you.
Mr. Vargas?
Just want to say thank you as well. Appreciate it.
Mr. Zong? No questions. Ms. Ballerini?
I appreciate how you can make it fun, kind of, and when we're talking about all that money. And hi, Millie. Hopefully you had a nice time.
Mr. Yang?
No question, but thank you. Appreciate you, as always.
Thank you. I had one quick question. We were rated AA2. Were we AA1 last time?
Yeah, it was an affirmation of our rating.
Yeah.
And one of the funny things about this is this a little tidbit, because you said I make it fun. A lot of people think that California school district general obligation bonds should all be rated AAA, because once we issue the bonds, the county taxes and pays them off. And California, although a lot of people think that California is a high property tax, or I'm sorry, a high tax state, not for everybody. If your main form of paying taxes is through your property, it's actually pretty low compared to other states. And because of that, people rarely lose property in a tax sale, and taxes, the rate of tax paying is very high on property taxes. So a lot of people think they should be rated AAA, but we have to remember the rating agencies are a business, and if everything is the same, then why are we paying them for anything, right? And if you read the financial information online, like Yahoo Finance, you see the rating agency really promotes the value of their rating. So they think that AA2 means something different than AAA. But our bidders, in the midst of rising interest rates and all that was happening in the market, we captured their attention. We don't believe we would have done better if we had a higher rating because we had all the market's attention on that day.
Excellent. And I just want to reinforce the fiscal responsibility of this district also allows us to keep that. So it's just such an important part that sometimes you don't see all the ways that it affects things. And this is huge. So because we now have more money. We have more money to spend, even more than we were approved by. So already being very good with our money.
We have more money to spend and costing taxpayers less.
Yeah, it's awesome. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it as always. Our next item is Special Education Services Update and West Ed Study. Mr. Singh.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, community, and colleagues. Today is a very exciting day for us. It is going to be a start of a series of presentations because it's almost a culmination of a work we've been doing in special education and partnering with our friends from West Ed. So before I pass the baton over to Ms. Regali and Ms. Donna Minders, I just want to thank my colleague Anne for all her hard work and all her dedication to the students and the families of who receive special education services in our district, and does tremendous work to lead the department. And I just want to take a moment and acknowledge that. And I also want to say thank you to Donna for all her partnership that we've had over the last couple of months. Yeah, many months. So I want to say thank you to Donna for her partnership we've had. And with that, I'll pass it over to Anne.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Good evening, Chairperson Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. As Mr. Singh said, we're pleased tonight to present part one of a series focused on special education services in Elk Grove, including an overview of our partnership with West Ed and the findings from their recent study. We will begin with a brief overview of the Ed Code that guides our work, followed by both statewide and Elk Grove data to provide important context around trends in special education. From there, we will transition into the West Ed study, reviewing the process used, highlighting key successes, and sharing important discoveries that emerged through this work. We will conclude with initial recommendations with a deeper dive into Elk Grove's special education programming coming in our next presentation. This series is designed to provide a comprehensive and transparent look at our system with a focus on continuous improvement and ensuring that we meet the needs of every student we serve. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to sharing this information with you. We begin with our learning vision. A lot of work's gone into this. I know you've participated, and a lot of us have as well. Every student will learn in every classroom, in every subject, every day, preparing college, career, and life-ready graduates with an innovative, fiscally stable system that ensures safe environments, high-quality curriculum and instruction, and a strong workforce. Grounded in equity, we commit to delivering targeted, culturally responsive programs and services that affirm student identities, engage families and communities, and close achievement opportunity and relationship gaps so all students thrive. Our mission in special education is to provide an appropriate, high-quality service in the least restrictive environment. You hear that often, LRE. This evening's agenda, I think Mr. Singh shared a little bit of state and Elk Grove data in special ed, and then Ms. Minders will share a study. We begin with Ed Code. In 2022, Senate passed a bill that, in essence, declared all students are general education students first, and such should be educated alongside their non-disabled peers. And here we have some statewide data that shows number of students receiving education, special education services has increased. You can see we were at about a little under 11% in 2010. And you can see the total enrollment in the yellow bar there. And then fast forward up to 2024, we went up to 15.9%. That's the state data. Here we have Elk Grove comparison. And if you look at the second red bar on the right, 2024, we were at about 15.5%, not far from this 2024 statewide data. But then you look at 2026, and it's jumped to 17%. Number of reasons. Possibly schools are better at identifying earlier and more accurately. So we're especially in pre-K and early elementary. Another possibility or reason is less stigma from families. More parents are requesting evaluations and agreeing to services. It reflects the rising student need, especially in mental health and autism, and of course the long-term effects of the pandemic. And then California overall has fewer total students, but more are qualifying. And of course that comes with a cost. Special education annual expenditures statewide are increasing because we are serving more students with greater needs, and while the cost of providing those services, especially in staffing, specialized supports, and contracted services, continues to rise. And at the same time, the funding has not kept pace, requiring districts to invest more of their general funds to meet legally mandated services. While we often hear from families moving into Elk Grove, it's exciting. They move here because of the excellent reputation of our special education services. But similar to the state, Elk Grove's special education expenditures have also grown over the years. As you can see, special education is approximately 22% of our district budget. Here I'd like to share a little bit of our state special education data and the categories of primary disabilities of our students here in Elk Grove. Elk Grove's disability profile largely mirrors the state. However, we serve a higher proportion of students with autism and low incidence disabilities, both of which require more intensive, specialized, and costly supports. We do also have a memo of understanding, an MOE with local districts where we serve students who are deaf and hard of hearing. So that increases our low incidence numbers. And at the same time, we identify fewer students in some lower incidence categories, reflecting differences in student needs and service models. As far as the subgroups of the students we are serving, there are currently just about close to 11,000 students with special education services in Elk Grove. Our population is highly diverse, includes significant numbers of students facing additional challenges. 66% are socially economically disadvantaged, 22% English learners, 4% experiencing homelessness, with our largest groups being Hispanic, Latino, Asian, and African American students. This highlights the need for equitable, culturally responsive, and comprehensive systems of support. Special education programs offered in Elk Grove include our Level 1 resource, self-contained classes 2, 3, and 4, TAC and Pathways. Our district provides a full continuum of special education services from targeted supports to specialized programs and adult transition services, ensuring each student's unique academic, behavioral, and communication needs are met to support successful post-secondary outcomes. We will be covering these supports and services in more detail further along in the series of the special education updates. And I'm pleased to welcome Donna Minders, Project Director with West Ed, who's partnered with Elk Grove to conduct this in-depth study. She'll now be sharing some key findings and insights to help our ongoing efforts to strengthen services and outcomes for all students.
Hi, I'm Donna Minders from West Ed. Superintendent Albiani, board members, Board Chair Albiani, board members, and Superintendent Riley. Very happy to be here and very happy to be sharing some preliminary results from our findings. Our report will be out at the end of the month, and we will be able to share some more. So we will be sharing some overarching preliminary findings today. One of the things that I wanted to start off with is why did Elk Grove engage in the study? And I think one of the things that we were asked a lot of questions by folks that participated in focus groups and surveys and interviews and so forth as to why the study was being done. So we've listed here a number of reasons that really felt like this was a time, an appropriate time for Elk Grove to be able to engage and really look more deeply into how their students that were receiving special education services were doing. It's a time of change. You've seen as Ian was sharing a number of growth, areas of growth in special education services, but it's also a time of change within your district, and it's a time for really digging deeply into looking at the data. So we will be sharing that in the report as it comes out. But we had many conversations I shared with my West Ed team, all heavy expertise in special education, and participated in great many different aspects of the report. But we had engaged with the cabinet on numerous occasions to kind of talk through what is our process like. We have been doing reviews of special education across the country for the last 20 years or so, and because of that, we've been able to develop a process, I think, that has been not only improved over the years as we've done it, but it's also one that's become very collaborative with the districts that we work with. And so this is seen as not something that we come in and monitor, but it's something that we come in and really engage with the district and work in partnership to be able to really dig deeply into how services are going. The board then asked us to be able to provide a really comprehensive review with a deep understanding of the status of special education in your district, and then be able to provide some clear data-driven pictures of what the current system looks like. So it's kind of a snapshot, but also then to be able to provide you with some research-based recommendations to be able to strengthen the services. We also in West Ed is a national education, training, technical assistance, and research firm. We have a deep bench of folks that provide many years of not only support to education at all levels of the system, from schools to districts to state level to the federal level, but also years and years of expertise with research. And so being able to bring research to practice is something that we as a team were engaged in your district for. Part of that engagement, as I said, was a really collaborative effort on the part of your leadership team. So we came in and with the help of district leads, many of whom are sitting over here, worked with us on an extensive basis, met weekly to be able to not only plan the study, but to be able to really deeply engage in areas that that they could help us to have access to, engaging with a lot of your constituents throughout the district, as well as being able to access many policies, procedural documents, things that the district has produced. And so I think that working relationship is really, really helpful. One of the first things that we did, though, as we sat with the leads team, was to be able to develop the study questions. So we come in with some recommendations around things that most districts want to look at. With your district, then, we came up and developed these 3 study questions that really were the guiding force of the study and helped to not only identify the things that your district was interested in finding out, but also the areas of impact that were really critical to you as a district. So you can see here, and I'm just going to quickly read over these. The first question was, are the programs and services of the district appropriately designed to maximize outcomes for students receiving special education services, including duly identified students who are multilingual learners? The second question was, are the district's processes and organizational structures designed for effectiveness, efficiency, and fiscal stability in improving results for students receiving special education and related services? And the third is then, are the district's staffing and fiscal management structures designed for effectiveness, efficiency, and financial stability for improving results for the students receiving those services? So these were the driving force behind our development of all of the protocols, the questions, the focus groups, the surveys, and all those various instruments that we were using to ensure that we were really focusing in on the things that you as a district wanted to know. This is just briefly the process that we used. We have a three-phase system that took multiple months, engaging with the district team to really develop the goals, the expectations, the timelines, and so forth, was first priority, but also a really engaging experience with your district that was really your leads, that your district folks were really engaged in that process with us. The second part was the SESRA-B. SESRA stands for Special Education Systemic Review Assessment, and the B is brief. It's our brief assessment that we put together over the years that we had the district team help us to select a constituency group that represented administrators, special and general education educators, related service providers, parents, and various other staff that engaged in our SESRA-B, which was a survey. We asked that we do this at the beginning of the process to be able to really deeply engage it where you and your district folks see the level of implementation and these key essential elements of special education. So that's kind of a pre-test in terms of looking at where are you as a district engaging, and then it also tells us areas that we may want to investigate more as they are providing us evidence as to why they rated things the way they did. And then we come back at the end with the data that we've collected and use that same set of questions to be able to determine where the data is telling us that your district is functioning in these key areas. Then beyond that, our second phase was really the data collection phase. So we engaged in a lot of processes with various constituency groups throughout the district, and then the data analysis piece and the themes and recommendations. And then we're in our final phase right now, our phase 3, where we're developing and finalizing the written report, which we expect to have out by the end of the month. And then we'll work with the leads team on developing an action plan and being able to then share the results out with all of you. These are our theme areas. So over the last 20 years or so, we've engaged with really looking at kind of special education implementation in districts all over the country of various sizes and makeup. We've been able to develop these 5 areas as areas where we see as the essential elements of effective special education systems. And so these are the areas that we use as our theme areas, but they're also the areas that help us to be able to write the various sections of the report and be able to look at what we consider the essential elements. So this was kind of our guiding force behind the study. We had many opportunities for input and had an awful lot of input from a number of folks across the district. We had 3 surveys that we put out. So we had a survey that went out to all staff on campuses. We had a district administrator survey that went out to district administrators across the district, and then parent survey both in English and in Spanish. We also then held focus groups with role-alike groups. So we had people participate in about a 45-minute focus group. Some of them had follow-up to that and so forth, but a lot of input from those groups. And then interviews, a number of interviews, both over the phone, people that would catch us as we were out walking around the district, in the classroom observations and so forth, emails, and just a lot of input and a lot of data that came across to us. And then did IEP reviews, individualized education program reviews, and district provided us a number of documents to review as well. And then we looked at publicly available data, such as data that the California Department of Education has, and that other districts and districts across the state are monitored in terms of, are they meeting the targets that the state sets. In addition to that, then we also worked with the district leads team to select 4 additional districts that were similar to you in size, demographics, and so forth, and then use those comparisons of a lot of the publicly available data so you can kind of see where you fit. So all of this data will not be shared tonight. We're going to share just some overarching themes, but will be in the report, and more data than you can possibly want. And the reports are very deep, but what we want to engage in today is just really introduce you to some of the discoveries that we've been able to find. It goes without saying, and it was a joy to be able to be here tonight to hear all these wonderful presentations that went on. You have a lot of successes in your district, and I just mentioned a few of them here, but many of the things that we came across, people are very happy to be working in your district. Parents are very happy. We found that, in particular, that you have dedicated resources to the implementation of a multi-tiered system of supports, MTSS, that you'll hear me talk about a lot. And that many staff recognize the value in that, and that's a system that we do recognize and utilize in our recommendations. We also felt that you as a district are dedicated to continuous improvement and utilize a lot of database decision making, which is really critical in terms of that effectiveness of being able to ensure that what you're doing as a district is helping to get to the most critical outcomes. Staff and parents as well were repeatedly talked about your staff as being dedicated, caring, going above and beyond to support students and just doing what needed to be done no matter what. And so there was just high praise of your district folks. And then the district leadership and a lot of staff really articulated a deep commitment to inclusive education and supporting diverse learners. And then we also heard from a number of parents that really report a deep understanding of the IEP process and express satisfaction of the responsiveness from school personnel. So just a few of the successes that we want to put out there, and we'll have more in the report, because what you'll see is that the discoveries that we'll be talking about are really looking at those areas that are challenges to you, because those are the areas that you really want to be able to focus on improvement efforts. And so you'll be hearing a lot more of those issues and challenges from me as we go through this. And not to diminish any of those wonderful successes that you have. Okay, so the first, and I'm just going to kind of quickly go through these, so if there's any clarification or questions that you have, please feel free to stop me or we can talk at the end. The first is our systems integration. So this is really looking at how does your system work together as components, really looking at the MTSS process, how you are implementing that, looking at the alignment across the district of how your various departments and systems work together. We did find that there are, as I was saying, there are a number of folks in your district that are really touting MTSS as really having a positive impact on their referral process, on being able to deal more immediately with students as they struggle, and they've really been able to mentioned that they've really been able to become more focused and be able to identify students that were in need of extra services and referral for special education in a much more timely fashion. But we saw variability in that across the district. And so really being able to look at that in terms of the not only the MTSS, the tiered interventions that exist, but also looking at the pre-referral processes, and that fidelity to those being inconsistent across the sites really is something to focus on in an area that you really want to continue to work on and build. We also, as Ann was pointing out, the vision and the mission of your district is critical, and being able to look at that in terms of how it's operationalized in the special education programs and services was something that we looked at. We didn't feel like there was a really unified vision of special education as a central support system, and that reduces the fidelity of the implementation, and it does negatively impact student outcomes. So it's an area that you as a district really need to focus on and really develop that. What does it mean to Elk Grove to talk about our vision of special education and how we fit that and operationalize that within our district vision? We also heard a lot of mention of collaboration and collaborative planning time being insufficient, and that particularly planning time between general and special educators really limits that joint instructional design and the coordinated supports that students need to be able to be successful in their learning environments. And then finally, leadership and communication. There was a perception that district administration is not always providing adequate visible leadership and guidance out to the sites. We heard a lot of comments from the staff being able to say that they felt like there were limited opportunities for them to be able to provide input, and there was some inconsistent messaging from leadership, and that contributes to some of that confusion and reduced buy-in and uneven practices across the district. And so a lot of comments around, I don't see our district administrators enough. They don't know what we're going through. And so I think some of those are things to pay attention to as you're looking to improve your practice across the district. The second area we looked at was policies and procedures. Policies and procedures, as you know, are a key force in special education. There are a lot of regulations, there are a lot of timelines, a lot of different procedures that have to be met, and you as a district are held accountable for that in a number of different ways. You also, as a district, have a number of different programs and services available for students. And we felt that the guidance that's provided in terms of entry and exit into those programs and services was unclear, and that there was inconsistent placement decisions being made across the schools, and that was reported to us that the lack of really using data in decision-making as a part of that process was something that needed to be improved. We also felt that while you have procedural guidance, that being able to have procedural guidance with updates and creating that common understanding of what's expected, and as those things change, as those policies and procedures change, being able to get that information out to folks to be able to use it on an ongoing basis. We also felt the staff roles and responsibilities needed clarity. Staff roles in particular areas like program specialists and classroom staff, paraeducators, that really being able to have the clarity in how support is being provided, what's the ownership and responsibility for all staff in terms of providing those supports to students with receiving special education services, and that the accountability structures were unclear, and that causes variability in practice in some over-reliance that we saw on key individuals or key staff positions. And then finally, in this area, communication gaps exist with families and staff. We heard a lot of reports from staff and from parents about confusion in policies, inconsistent follow-through, and limited transparency around decision-making and implementation. So again, some areas to really strengthen as you're going through and looking at increasing some of the outcomes in these areas. The third area that we looked at was learning environments. We really saw limited and inconsistent inclusion across your district. It's been a while since you as a district have really broached the vision of what inclusion looks like in Elk Grove, and we found that the access to inclusion was across your sites was uneven, and it wasn't universally viewed as a goal for all students. You have students that are in various level programs that's not considered an outcome for them, and so really being able to spend some time with your constituents and figure out what does inclusion look like in Elk Grove is going to be critical in terms of moving forward, and really being able to see what that looks like under your MTSS process. We felt that in particular, as we did classroom observations, that there are strong routines. Classrooms had solid management, good use of technology, but there was a lack of deeper engagement and higher order thinking, and that formative data application. And so really looking at not only how are people spending their time, but are they really utilizing data to help drive those instructional practices. And then we looked at your outcomes as compared to your peer districts, and that even despite inclusion opportunities, you have lower outcomes, so really looking at your state assessments and so forth, lower outcomes for your student with disabilities compared to the other districts, your partner districts. And so it's really telling us that the inclusion that is happening perhaps is not sufficient in terms of providing the instructional supports that were needed. And finally, we saw the paraeducators issue come up a lot. We heard that a lot in all of our discussions, focus group surveys, and so forth. It was a persistent issue regarding what is their role. There's a lot of ambiguity in what the role is. There are shortages. There's high turnover. There's over-reliance. There's lack of training for paraeducators. So this is an area that, as you really dive deeper into what support looks like, the use of paraeducators and how that plays out, and how you train and use paraeducators as a support in the whole process really needs to be identified and engaged. The fourth area was looking at human and fiscal resources. Again, a lot of overlap in these areas. You do have recruitment and retention challenges, as all districts do across the country. Since COVID, being able to fill special education positions has been a challenge. You have done better than a lot of districts that we've seen, but there's still, once you get people in, there's turnover, and that means that people are not being supported appropriately to be able to stay in those positions, or they're not giving a satisfactory training to be able to, or an onboarding to be able to really feel like they can do their job well. That's created what we saw as a kind of a culture of crisis, undermining the stability and the morale of the staff. And then paraeducators, as I said, came up a lot. Some of the evidence that we looked at really indicated that some of the staffing ratios in your various programs was insufficient, but the many requests for additional paraeducators came up as that kind of more of a Band-Aid solution, that we'll just hire more paraeducators and that will help with this. And so really, it's a deeper focus and deeper dive in terms of how is support provided and who's providing that's needed. We also looked at onboarding and professional development and found some gaps in that. So the onboarding of new staff, mentoring, job-embedded coaching, we felt were not sufficient to meet the demand, and that's really critical in this market where staff have a choice in where they can work. And so being able to have a culture that supports the folks sufficiently, provides training and provides the ability to be able to provide input on their job is really critical. So being able to look at what does that training and support look like that adequately helps people feel like they're prepared to support the diverse students' needs that the students have. And then, again, paraeducators, inconsistent, unevenly assigned. There was limited training or no training on fading or building independence for students, which is critical. When you're putting another adult with a child, being able to really look at how do you fade that support is critical in terms of building independence. And then evidence-based practices were not consistently used with paraeducators or across a lot of your programs. And then finally, the final area, family and community engagement. So we had a lot of input from parents, and again, I highlight that the critical factor that parents mentioned a great deal was that really wanting to have one-on-one support, feeling like they needed to have their one-on-one paraeducator to be able to provide adequate support for their student. And that indicates that there's a lack of trust that the system will be able to provide adequate support. So really some real deep conversations around that, as well as really looking at what is the role that the paraeducators should be providing and who else should be providing support. We heard parents say that what they really wanted was consistent and transparent support, and being able to look at that being a comprehensive for their students. And so those two kind of go together. They also talked about, parents and staff also talked about the need for more training, and particularly for our general educators around inclusive support. So really helping to, parents really wanted to see more access to inclusion, but really felt like that they needed to have staff that were more appropriately trained to support diverse learners. And then we also looked in this area at pre-K supports, some really nice programs going on in your early ed. But you've got 3 programs, preschool, transitional kindergarten, and kindergarten programs that are basically siloed. They function differently. They have different requirements, different regulations, and it makes transitioning between these programs difficult. And so there's a need to really be able to build up that early childhood aspect of that early intervention so that you can give these students the most that they can get as they are beginning the education system. It's a critical time period in terms of their learning. So really being able to figure out how do these programs work together and how do they support each other is critical in that. Okay, I've talked through this really quickly, but some overarching recommendations that that I'll cover today, and we'll have a lot more detail on these in the report. But what we looked at with the overarching recommendations was really being able to build on the strengths that you have and develop alignment and clarity across the system. So our first recommendation is looking at continuing the MTS work with a focus on consistency and alignment across the system. How do all of these various supports work together, and how do you as a district define that, and then how do you define that in terms of the support that's needed from staff? The second one, building a district-wide vision for inclusive education, and then the programs that are designed to support students all under that umbrella of MTSS, to be able to look at how do all of these, as I just said, all of these systems work together to increase the support for students in all levels of the programs. Further develop and implement protocols for special education programs and for adult support. There needs a lot more clarity on that. There needs a lot more training on how to do that, so folks feel like they really have the tools necessary to be able to provide the supports needed. And then developing additional supports at the district level for sites, looking at multi-directional communication opportunities so folks can weigh in on areas where they're seeing critical need. We heard a lot of really good recommendations from staff in terms of ways that things could change. They didn't feel like they really had a place to be able to share that. And so it was kind of nice to be able to think about that, but be able to think about ways that you as a district can do that better, both from staff and from parents. And then building a more robust system of onboarding and training of all of your staff so they feel like they've got supports necessary. So that was really, really quick. As I said, our next steps, we'll be finishing up the report by the end of the month. The report is very deep, has a lot of data in it. What we also will be providing recommendations with evidence-based practices, research-based practices, as well as some action planning, and we'll work with the district leads team to be able to talk about what are some next steps. Because when you get a report that's this deep, being able to look at how do we begin to implement this. We look at all of this as being a longer-term process, a 3 to 5 year process, but we talk about what are some early wins and some ways that you can begin to get folks on board and develop a lot of these really deeper systemic kinds of processes that we're recommending and see are needed. So I'm going to stop there and see if there are questions or comments.
Thank you very much. Are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. We'll start with Ms. Baldwin. Did you have any questions or comments, Ms. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate this. Thank you so much. Thank you to the Cabinet for engaging in this process, this study to, essentially help us better understand where we're at and where we need to go. I'm really excited to see what our action plan is going to be based on the results. I have a child in special education, so the things that you mentioned in here, they're relevant. I know there are things that I've experienced, and particularly around the confusion, because you have the team, and as a parent, we're not always clear about okay, well, whose role is what on the team, because it's really hard to remember who's doing what. It's easy when the practitioners and the teacher, but then you have you might have the SELPA there. You might have a coordinator there, program coordinator. You might have a program specialist there, and then your principal's there. And sometimes it's hard to know. It's who do I directly work with on specific things? And so it is a complex team, but it's a team nonetheless that's there to support the students. And going back to Ed Code and really drilling back to a special ed student isn't a special ed student first. They are a gen ed student, and they may have needs that are higher than other students. So that's why we build the individualized plan to make sure that we are meeting them where they're at and we're getting them to where they need to be. And so I think that piece around us not being unified on that piece and the vision for special ed, that's a big component that we absolutely have to tackle. Once we all get on the same page of this is how we recognize inclusive education, with students that have specific needs, that we're going to differentiate in very creative ways. I think it really will get us moving in the right direction to make the improvements that we need to make. We're a district that's doing a lot of great things, but there's always room for improvement. And I believe the study is helping us really kind of peel back those layers to better understand where we need to go. So I appreciate that. And MTSS, it is something the district has been working on. We've been getting lots of presentations on it. I think in our last presentation, it was very illuminating to me that I didn't realize that our sites have not rolled out MTSS as how some other sites have. So there's a disparity there. It would be, I think, having this information and then also maybe having a board communication that somehow captures where are we at our school sites with MTSS in terms of the progress and full implementation, that I think would be very helpful. So if that's something that we can get, I would really appreciate that. I know we're going to continue to have presentations. This is one of probably a few to come for the West Ed and where we're at with special education, but in particularly, I know we do MTSS as well, but I think we need to really be clear about where are our schools with this process, because that's where we're going to make the biggest movement in terms of improving our systems. Also, I know that, in terms kind of getting back to confusion and sometimes not having, I think from a parent perspective, our son utilizes the support of an additional adult, a paraeducator, and it's been huge for him this year. He's fully transitioned into gen ed with the support of his para, and we are really excited to see him get to a point where he's not going to need that para. But I think that I'm in a place because to know that and to have that trust, but it is hard because oftentimes I think our families, they feel really good about knowing, oh, there's this dedicated person that's going to work with my kid and be there for them. But ultimately what it comes down to is we want our kids to show us who they are. And they don't always want someone right above them, hovering over them. And so those strategies and training that we could provide for the fading, I think is going to be essential for our students. And it's something that we're really looking forward to as our son's going to continue into gen ed. And so I really feel like that is an area where we need to make sure that this is a good start, because by putting this out there, acknowledging this is where we're at, we know we have trust issues. We need to build that trust, because if the system is working, our processes are in place, and we have appropriate procedures, then I think we won't have such a high issue of trust lacking, right? Around, families feeling like they need to have a para for their kiddo. I do think that our paras are very essential, and oftentimes I don't think we do it at all, but I have heard from families that they would like the paras to be a part of the IEP meeting. Maybe they don't necessarily have to be a part of developing the goals, but to give the feedback. And it's something I think that we should explore and maybe be a little bit more open, because oftentimes they have a lot of really great qualitative data. Our para, we didn't even know this, but she was keeping a whole journal on our side. And I was like, oh, I need to see what that says, because it would be so helpful, I think, when we're trying to figure out, well, what was the antecedent for this behavior and all that kind of stuff, right? And it's just amazing, I think, the work that our paras do and supporting them in feeling really confident to do the good work that they're doing and to have a voice in those very critical meetings, I think is essential. And so it's something I think that we really should take a look at and find a way to incorporate, because there oftentimes families are building a lot of trust with the paraeducators. And I think that's a great way for us to incorporate that very essential member of the team, into the conversations that go into building the individualized education plans. So I think that's something I would like us to maybe be thinking about, particularly as a lot of the things that you've brought up here are relevant to those things. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what our action plan is going to be and where we go from here. But this is a great, wonderful start. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Moore?
I would also like to thank you for the presentation. I think this is really valuable to have an outside party, evaluate our special education program and our process and the way that we're implementing everything. So I really appreciate this. On page 16, it said the purpose is to develop a clear data-driven picture of current systems and practices and to produce research-based recommendations to strengthen outcomes for students receiving special education services. And I'm really excited about this because I think it's really important to use, data to drive our systems and our practices, and then also to use research-based recommendations to strengthen outcomes and to help our students. And so I'm really excited about that. On page 17, I'm excited about these study questions and really excited to hear the results. And I can't remember where you said it, but you talked about utilizing, I guess kind of already I mentioned, but using data to drive instructional practices. And again, I just think that that's really important. So on page 24, I thought it was interesting that you said that our district has low outcomes compared to neighboring districts or comparable districts? Mm-hmm. So that was a little concerning to me. And I think another good reason that we're, involved in this study and this process to see what we can do better for our students. So I think that's really important that we get to the bottom of, what we can do better. So we can improve outcomes for these students. And I appreciate the conversation on page 25 about our paraeducators, the recruitment and the retention challenges. That's something that I've been vocal about, that I'm concerned about, and it seems like we can do better. And so I think that's important that we look at how we can support our paraeducators and properly train them so that they can feel supported and feel prepared to support our students. So I appreciate that. That's, in conclusion, I would just like to, again, say that I'm really excited to hear the final report and just to see the plan. And I think this is a very positive thing, that process that we are engaging in. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas.
I appreciate the presentation. I think my first thought as I was sort of taking my notes is there's not a whole lot of surprises in here.
Usually isn't.
It's all things we've heard before, but it's nice to have them consolidated in one place, and to have some, what I anticipate will be a considerable amount of data backing them up. And so I think, one of the pieces that I really appreciate about this is that we're doing this in the first place. Right. I think that it goes to show that we as a district, I think any other district getting bombarded by all of the, issues around special education. I mean, most of our neighboring districts don't even bother funding special education anymore, much less trying to improve what little they have. And so I think it says a lot about us that we are actively trying to improve what we're doing. And that we're not afraid of what we might find, because we're going to find a lot of issues, because we know that they're there, and it's important to have them pulled to the surface and highlighted so that we can put together a plan to fix them. And so I appreciate that we're doing that. I appreciate that we're not afraid of that, of taking responsibility and being held accountable on it. I think that that's incredibly important to what we do. I think it's important to highlight, and I feel like I do this every time we talk about special education, is to highlight these enrollment numbers and the funding numbers, because it is, educating a student, who is in special needs or who has special needs is a 50% higher cost to us. And we have more of them than, most districts do. We spend 22% of our budget on this, and yet, we are not getting what we are supposed to be getting. The federal government is supposed to be covering about 40% of our costs related to special education, and last time I checked, they were covering about 8%, and that was on a good year. I can only imagine what that looks like, this year and next year, and that if they actually covered 40% of our costs, that would cover the additional costs to us. We would be spending exactly the same for every student if they actually covered that cost. The reason why it costs us so much more to educate a student with special needs is because we are not getting the funding we are supposed to get from the federal government right now. And that is a problem. That is something I keep harping on. And it's one of the reasons why I think it's incredibly important for us as board members and for us as a district to engage with our representatives at the federal level about this issue, because it is not okay. They are legally required to give us this money, and they don't. And so it is incredibly important that we keep harping on this over and over and over again. We keep talking to our representatives about this over and over and over again, because that's the only way we're going to get this money. And so I want to keep bringing that to the surface because it's so important. And then, talking about the findings, like I said, there were not surprises, but what I hope that this will do is give us a sense of urgency on all of them. In particular, I was looking at the MTSS, the recommendations related to MTSS. We've gotten presentations on MTSS. We've been doing MTSS pretty routinely since I got here. We're at least at the point of implementing everything that we're trying to do with MTSS. I know that we've had some staggered implementation, but we're at least at the point where we're trying to implement everything. And I think one of the things I talked about the last time we had an MTSS presentation, and what I want to reiterate now, is that I think what I'm looking for now is a sense of urgency in that these things need to be implemented, right? I should be able to go to a school, walk into a classroom, and see implementation, right? We know what that implementation is supposed to look like, what the instructional framework is supposed to look like. I should be able to go into any classroom and start to see those things. And there are a lot of schools where I walk in and I'm like, I see that, great, this is amazing, right? But there's still a lot of schools where I don't, where I walk into a classroom and I'm looking for those things. I'm looking for those indicators. So sense of urgency is one thing I want to see around that. I think what I appreciate about the unified vision is that I see the pieces of that starting to fall into place. Right? I see that we are committed to, that students are general education first. I have heard that over and over and over again as we have transitioned our special education program since, literally since I got here. That was one of the first things we did on my first meeting, was we started talking about how we're transitioning our special education program. And this was the vision. And I am glad that what we are seeing is those pieces starting to fall into place, right? We are actually talking about this, bigger vision around, how we educate students, how we educate every student, how we are ensuring that every student is a general education student, and how every teacher is taking some responsibility for every student and is being trained so that they understand these things. That is incredibly important to me, and I want to continue to see that, and I'm glad that we are starting to see that, and I'm glad that this is being highlighted in this report, because I think that will continue to push us forward. And then the last thing I will mention is I want to echo what my colleagues have said on our paraeducators. I think it's, it's one of those things that, again, there's no surprise in this, right? We've known that these are issues. We've known that we are struggling to hire the paraeducators that we need to hire. We are struggling to, fill the positions when we can't hire the people we need to hire. I think one of the, just looking at the numbers that we've gotten, we are making progress, right? We have hired, just 140 paras in the past year. And I think that's a great place to start. But we still only have about 60% of what we need, right? The other 40% is either vacant or we are filling it with agency paras. And I think that this is, again, something where what I'm looking for is a sense of urgency, and I'm seeing it, but I want to keep pushing that forward, right? This needs to be something that continues to come up every time we have this conversation, is how are we filling these positions? How are we looking to fill these positions? And are we actually doing it in the time frame that we need to do it, right? There needs to be a sense of urgency around, filling these positions, because we can't be asking people to do the work of, we can't be asking one para to do the work of 3 or 2 or whatever the vacancy rate is on any particular campus. I think that this is just something that I need to see more urgency around. So other than that, I think, I'll just end by reiterating what I said. These are no surprises. We've known that these things are issues. And what I'm looking for now is the plan and a sense of urgency in implementing it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zong?
I would just like to start off by saying thank you for the presentation. As a student from Florin High School, at Florin High School, I believe that we have one of the largest enrollments of students with IEPs, where they are involved with different tiered layer interventions. So as a student of Florin, I was able to see how these practices were implemented. So it's kind of eye-opening for me to see that there's disparities in how MTSS is being implemented across the district, where I feel that MTSS MTSS is very broad. It doesn't just cover students in the strategies department. It also covers I believe our on-site counselors, for support, which I have personally gone to seek support during finals. Finals is a little stressful, but so I think it's a little bit alarming to see that some other sites aren't implementing it to the level where it needs to be implemented, because I believe that it's very important. But otherwise, I have no other.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
And once again, the reason we have a student on the board, because we need his voice. I'm so proud of him being able to speak up, because we need his voice. So one of the main things I noticed on here, on page 27, build consistent onboarding systems and training. And I always like to point out a positive when I can. Last week I was here for another meeting, I think it was Thursday, and I walked by the boardroom and there were all these people in here, and I was like, oh, what are we doing? I was so excited to see that we had a classified employees new hire orientation in person in the boardroom from everybody that was everybody that was hired from last July is what I understand. The union representation was there. There were people from payroll, all the different departments, to discuss with them. Thank goodness somebody left the packet by mistake, because I was thrilled to look at it afterwards, because I got there right when it was over. And I was like, well, what did you cover? It's amazing. When I was AFSCME president, we would meet with the new people coming in and discuss with them everything, talking about health benefits, talking about just everything you need, how to read your paycheck, all of these kinds of things. And then, COVID hit and it stopped. And I am thrilled that we are doing it again, because when people understand all of these things, they are more bought in. They're going to stick around. They're not going to run off when they realize, oh my goodness, I have vacation. They don't know all these things just coming in. Half of them don't even know there's a contract. They don't even know that they're part of any bargaining unit. All of those things. This is amazing, and I'm going to props out to HR, whoever from HR started this. Good job. There she is back there. And thank you to the bargaining units for having people there. It's amazing, and that's what we need to get more para-educators, is to educate them. That sounds funny, to educate the para-educators, but they need to understand that as agency paras, I always hear they make more money. So why would I want to be a school district? Well, because the district pays 27% of your salary towards your CalPERS retirement, and you're not going to get that from an agency. So things like that will help them understand that it is important to be a part of a big system of Elk Grove Unified School District. And they also get our training because they are our employees, not an agency. All of these things are important, and I'm just thrilled to see this here. And yes, I agree with my colleagues down there that, there are some things to be worried about here. But again, I like to focus on a positive, and I'm going to throw that one out there because we got to hold on to something. I look forward to hearing what the overarching plan is going to be for how we're going to fix things. Again, money, like Michael said, is hard because we only have a certain amount, and if 22% is already going towards special education, it just makes things difficult. But I'm not going to go over the same things that they did, but this is gold, people. This is really, it's awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballerini. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation as well. I heard a lot of good things from my colleagues already, and from my perspective, as I see, we are putting intentionality into the issue at hand. This is something that is a group of students that needs a lot of help, and we deeply care for because they are the most vulnerable students in our school district. They're not the most students in terms of number, but they need the most care for and the most attention, and we do care. And a lot of time, the work that we done, it may not show to some of their parents because it is pretty challenging at times. Me and my wife do have two special need kids as well. One half came from special program to the general ed, which is very positive in our life, and we are very thrilled on that regard. And one's still going through that journey. She's still pretty young, and then we, with the staff, working really hard to make sure that she comes out of the program into general education as well. With that said, I like to keep it really simple and clear in my mind, and hopefully it will be the same to the folks here that are listening. So for me, we are identifying the issues, right? And we want to put into plan, right, of action so that we could resolve the issues, and then, give the resolution to it. And that is 3 steps. And, you know, I try to keep it very simple. So that those are really kind of the steps. And the fact of the matter is that to get those things done, we definitely need funding, right? And then I know the funding is really for manpower and other areas in that regard in terms of training that we heard about it, we've seen on this presentation. But to me, I think we need to go that extra mile, to go a little deeper, right? Deep dive it, you know. There's a lot of vacancies on all areas in our school district, right? And to me, you know, I'm just really very concerned that we have such a high turnovers. You know, retention is very difficult to achieve, and it's a continuous issue that we have and continue to having. And you folks, identify it here. It's not surprising to see and hear you list them. And I think that we have to really deep dive and say, hey, you know, do we have the funding? And if we do have the funding, you know, instead of doing what we have done, maybe we need to change a little bit, right? To one, you know, have higher, you know, applicants. Two, you know, making sure that they're well trained when they're hired. Three, make sure they don't want to go nowhere but here in Elk Grove Unified School District. And typically those fall into a couple things, you know. One is good working environment, right? Two is, you know, the benefit has to be good, right? You know, and I work at Kaiser as my day job, and Kaiser, you know, they done pretty good job in that regards, and so most of their employees, you know, stays with them. And I think that kind of model we have to establish here as a largest school district in Northern California, fourth largest school district in California. And we are budget over $1 billion. That's a lot of money, you know? And, but we do have a lot of bills to pay. I get it, right? But at the end of the day, I think we really have to deep dive and see what is real, and it was not real, right? You know, all those vacancies. So I would rather, I'm gonna give a quick example. Like, if we need like 600 more position, right? Maybe, why don't we budget to like 300, but make sure that those new employees or the employees that we already have, they gonna wanna stay, right? Because they are gonna get better benefit here than somewhere else, you know? Versus we have 600 plus vacancy, and if we hire, you know, whoever that comes in, or we let's just say we fill all of the vacancy positions, but because of what we not providing those two areas in terms of, you know, benefits and, you know, good working environment, they're gonna leave anyway, right? So it's that process of continuously, you know, high turnover and have to hire and so forth. So that leads to, you know, lack of manpower. You know, we saw that on here. So I hear that all the time, being here 5 years, and it's something that we have to change our way of doing it, right? So I'd rather have, like I said, you know, half of what we have vacant, but then when we hire them on, they're gonna stay, right? Because a lot of our kids, you know, including my two kids, you know, they have this sense of comfortability, you know, when they get used to certain staff, certain paraeducators, they kind of want to stay with them, you know. And I personally dealt with, you know, many cases with other parents, other students that came to me, and within my own experience with my kids. And sometimes there's a lot of surprises, you know, and really rock their world, right? And the difficult time that they have to adapt to, you know, new paraeducators, it's very difficult, you know? And for folks that have kids, you know, we know how difficult that is, you know? And for someone who doesn't have it, they may see from outside in, but, outside in never equal to the folks that are living in that world, dealing with that kind of issue, on a daily basis. Your day could change instantly,
Right.
like within seconds or minutes, right? When tantrums being thrown at you right there, rather it's at home, right before the school bus is picking up your child, or wherever it may be, And so those are real stuff that a lot of us who have kids, in that space understand it deeply, right? And so for me, I think that we have to do better, and we are trying to do better. And this initiative is very positive, and I'm very thankful, right? And a lot of things that we have done already for the school district, for our parents, for our students, it's, to me, I'm very grateful for it. But there's room for improvement, and we are a very big school district. And, with the new leadership from Mr. Riley as a superintendent, I know that he's gonna do anything that he can to empower us. And this is one of that, and I'm happy to see this. And again, I want to see, again, real simple, make sure that we identify our issue, action plan, and the resolution. Just make sure that we have that funding, the manpower, and the procedure of, that make sure it's effective, right? So for me, you could write, gazillion things, but keeping it plain and simple too, right? Because when you put it plain and simple, I think a lot of people could understand easier and could follow it easier, When you keep things too complex, people get lost in the process. And I think that will, instead of being effective, it could be the reverse of that, right? So just want to remind us that, hey, as we get into deep and very detail, also keep it real simple, issue, action, resolution, right? And the intentionality that I heard from one of my peers is that the timeline, we got to put the timeline in there, right? Say, okay, let's put the timeline in there. And if we don't meet that timeline, then, okay, then we record it to, extend that, but then we have those data, say, okay, this timeline might not be enough, so we might change that, right? So that intentionality of that is that, hey, we being real with our timeline, our process, and we record it, right? So that's come back to that simplicity that is very transparent for people to understand it, so that we could use the data and move forward. But I appreciate it. Good to see this stuff, and I look forward to working with the team. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Okay, I guess I get to go last. I'm a little all over the place on this one. What surprised me was hearing that 22% of our budget is SPED and 80% of our budget is people, which puts us already over 100% budget-wise. So we're really going to need to do some deep diving into budget to figure out where we can pull extra monies. I don't know where we're going to get that. The disparity of it being different at different schools didn't surprise me. Our schools do tend to act as islands rather than as a district. I know we give them the autonomy to try to develop their own school cultures, but I think we need to be more on top of when they go off onto their own path, because it should be seamless. A student should be able to move from school to school to school. The special ed program at each school should be the same, so that we don't have that disparity. So I think we do need to develop better oversight over that. Special ed has been an amazing place in this district. I had a son that was special ed. We moved to this district specifically 33 years ago to access the program, and I know it can be amazing, and I know the people who are working in it are amazing, and we've just got to pull it all together. See, I know I come with a view from the school site. I know we need to support our gen ed teachers. They're overwhelmed by the amount of the students that are being placed in their classroom. I talk to them daily, They don't know what to do. They're just overwhelmed. They don't have the help. So we do need to help them and give them training, give them guidance, do what we can do. Support at the sites is basically putting out the fires every day.
Right.
There's no room for growth if all you're doing is putting out fires. So we're housing a lot of these students in the office then with people who have no training, which leads to my mantra that we need to be teaching our classified staff also on how to deal with these students. They come to us with special things that need to be done or things that we shouldn't be doing, and we don't know because we're not included in that training, we're not included in the meetings, we're not privy to that information. So we're they're out there flying free. The Fading into Independence training for Paris, I think also we need to think about educating our parents also. Because the parents who want the one-on-one, that's our safe place for our kids, is with the one-on-one. We're afraid to let them go, but I think we need to educate them on the benefits of letting them go and letting them be independent. And it's not going to happen with us just telling them that. We need to educate them on that piece. The paras, we need to do something for our paras. I have sat there as a secretary and seen vacancy, jobs not picked up, and everybody scrambling to pull someone to cover someone else. And someone's supposed to have a one-on-one, but today they've got 3 or 4. Or we can't pull this one because their IEP says we can't pull them. There's no consistency and there's no guidance for the schools on how to handle the day-to-day issues. We do need to find a way to make the job more financially appealing, but like I said, we're over the 100% already of our budget. We've got to do a deep dive to figure out what we're going to do there. But the one good thing out of this is hearing that we are doing a lot of good things. And I'm really looking forward to what our superintendent is going to do with this information, and his vision for SPED has really made me excited for what we can do. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I thank you for the information.
I just want to add one more thing. I appreciate you guys doing interviews and including the parents. And I want to be specific because I heard from parents, including my wife and myself, we have seen different schools, the way that they perform within the paraeducator special needs program. Some schools are doing better than other schools. So for us to deep dive it, I think that we need to really ask those questions, especially for parents that had gone to different schools, to let us know, right? And so one is find out which, school have done better job and why, right? Why one school is doing better than another, so that we could deep dive and find out what our staff are doing better in the school that are ranked higher or doing better. And then I think that will differentiate, the
support.
The deficiency or the support that is positive, so that we could use the school that has very good program to really use that and teach other school program. And I think that sounds very simple, but I know that it takes a lot of effort into finding out those kind of information. But I think that that's one that we must do, right? Because we do have, schools that provide very good service, and a lot of parents are very happy. And then because their kids or benefit from it, right? And then when they move to a different school, their experience is completely different.
Right.
So for me, that is one out of the few that it's a must be done. And I just want to mention that. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Had a lot of comments. I think, and we are all profoundly aware up here, that parents of special ed kids are special people, and they have a lot on their plate, and they entrust their students to us. And I just, you entrust your students to us, and then you entrust your students that need more, and we want to give that more to them. So I just, there's such a deep appreciation of that trust, and we need to continue to build that trust. And I appreciate especially the people who have it directly had that happen and have that experience here on the board. I think those are important insights they can share with us. MTSS can be general and done and set, but every SPED student is separate, and we just can't ignore that. That's such a challenge because every person is so individual. But really, if we think about it, every child in our classroom is individual. I have 4 kids, and they are not the same people. And some of them need a little more and a little less and a little different type of motivation. And so accepting those children as people and then moving on with what those people need is such a wonderful experience. And this has been, I imagine, this is a very hard presentation to watch as an employee, because I have no doubt we are doing the very best we can at this point. And I can't appreciate enough the willingness to put ourselves out there, to have somebody come in and tell us where we're failing. And then to accept these comments, these critiques, and make them public and bring them here makes me very proud of where we are and what we're willing to do and what our goals are. And I think as a board, we appreciate that you're willing to do that work and willing to look at it in that critical way, because we want to do our best, and I know you want to do your best, and this isn't an easy process. So I appreciate how you said it was cooperative and it's positive, and I think sometimes when you're in it, it's very hard to see. It's always a third person looking in is very helpful, and the value in that. So I appreciate the work your company has done with ours. I appreciate our acceptance of these things, to look at them and reevaluate what we're doing ourselves. And I just think it's needed. And it's where we are. It's the expectation of this group. We've always said training our adults to be better, and I believe that will build camaraderie as well. And I hope this will give us focus. People have talked about urgency, but even a priority of focus is really going to be helpful as well, because when things are overwhelming, I always tell my kids, make a list. What's the most important? You start going down the list. And as those things happen, when we focused on reading, our math scores went up. Because we focused on reading, they could read their math problems, and our math scores went up as well. So this is a boat. We're all in, and doing this work will raise it for everybody. It will raise it for gen ed students. It will raise it for SPED students. It will raise it for everybody. And taking the care of our employees, and that will make us a better district as well, as it always does. We do that work well. So thank you for the presentation. I'm excited this is happening. Thank you very much. Our next item, we have a public hearing action item, new agreements for non-represented employees. Ms. Buckmaster?
Good evening, President Albiani, board members, Superintendent Riley. Thank you. My colleague, always looking out for me. All right, we're here to do the new agreements for non-represented employees. So California Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to board discussion and final board action on certain employment agreements. The employment agreements presented for board consideration are for the following positions: 1 Chief Labor Relations Officer, 1 Executive Director of Human Resources, and 2 Executive Directors of School Supports. Approval of these 4 employment agreements require board action in open session. Each of the proposed employment agreements contain the following material terms. The term of the proposed employment agreements are as follows. For the Executive Director, Human Resources, Amrik Singh, the term shall be effective beginning April 8th, 2026 through and including June 30th, 2029. For the Executive Director of School Supports, Corey Buckmaster, the term shall be effective beginning April 8th, 2026 through and including June 30th, 2029. For the Executive Director of School Supports, Lindsay Lilly, the term shall be effective beginning April 8th, 2026 through and including June 30th, 2029. And for the Chief Labor Relations Officer, Mark Vieira, the term shall be effective retroactive to February 9th, 2026 through and including June 30th, 2029. As described, the term of the proposed 4 employment agreement shall expire on June 30th, 2029, unless terminated on an earlier date by the parties or extended by the parties. The salary for these unrepresented employees shall align with the step increments and the salary schedules attached to their respective employee agreements as Attachment A, and any new board-adopted applicable salary schedules, including but not limited to subsequent salary schedules, which may include implementation of contingency provisions as follows. The Executive Director, Human Resources, Amrik Singh, shall be on Step 13 of the Executive Director of Human Resources salary schedule and shall be paid an annual salary of $219,616.00. The Executive Director of School Supports, Corey Buckmaster, shall be on Step 11 of the Executive Director of School Support salary schedule and shall be paid an annual salary of $215,393.00. The Executive Director of School Supports, Lindsay Lilly, shall be on Step 2 of the Executive Director of School Support salary schedule and shall be paid an annual salary of $173,474.00. The Chief Labor Relations Officer, Mark Vieira, shall be on Step 13 of the Chief Labor Relations Officer salary schedule and shall be paid an annual salary of $206,912.00. For the 2025-2026 school year, all 4 positions shall be afforded the same compensation contingency provisions as other certificated employees. Effective on July 1, 2027, consistent with the terms of each of the agreements, the 4 employees shall be eligible for step movement on their respective salary schedule if the specific employee is not on the top step of their salary schedule. All 4 employees shall receive the same district contribution towards health and welfare benefits and shall pay the same copays, premiums, deductibles, and other costs as the district certificated employees, as those costs and contributions may change from time to time. All 4 employees may be entitled to retiree health benefits consistent with the Elk Grove Benefits Employee Retirement Trust rules and regulations. All 4 employees shall receive $100 per month for travel within the district's boundaries. And this concludes the summary of the following cabinet employment agreements. Executive Director, Human Resources, Amrik Singh. Executive Director of School Supports, Corey Buckmaster. Executive Director of School Supports, Lindsay Lilly. Chief Labor Relations Officer, Mark Vieira. Copies of the employment agreements will be available upon request.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And it says that I need to open the public hearing and ask if there are any blue cards related to the item. I'm asking myself. There are no blue cards on the item, so we're good there. So nobody has any comments to make. So I'm going, actually, wait. So open the public hearing. I've opened the public hearing. Anybody have anything to say? Okay, then I'd like to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the new employment agreements for the following non-represented employees. Number 1, Executive Director, Human Resources. Number 2, Executive Director of School Supports. Number 3, Executive Director of School Supports. And number 4, Chief Labor Relations Officer.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, seconded by Mr. Yang. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion is carried. Thank you. All right. Now, do you want me to read the next one? You're here. Okay, here we go.
All right. Our action item, a recommendation for the name of the future elementary school in the South area, Elk Grove area. Dr. Coates.
little more time. All right. Well, good evening again. I'm happy to be here on behalf of the School Names Committee, bringing forward a couple of recommendations for the new school in the Arbor Ranch, South Elk Grove area. Talk briefly about process and bring forward 2 recommendations. This is all rooted in our learning vision and our core values. And the purpose of the presentation is to bring forward these recommendations. The school's located at 8140 Spoonwood Avenue in Elk Grove. Here is a map you have seen before when we discussed schools committee back in the, earlier this year. And so the red star in the left-hand side is Arbor Ranch Elementary School by general area, not the name of it, and that's the school that we are talking about today. So we do have board policy that governs how we name schools. Names for new schools shall be selected by the Board of Education from a list of not more than 3 submitted by a Citizens Advisory Committee whose members will be selected by the board. So we have that committee, we've been active. And I wanted to highlight in particular our administrative regulation 7511 that focuses on just the elementary portion because that's the only thing we're talking about tonight. Elementary schools shall be named to reflect the cultural diversity of the district after persons or places prominent in the history of the area, which is now the district, or after persons who have made contributions to education in the district. When we first talked about this a while back, the committee really thought through what the board had shared about process and what the intent was. And so we went back, we reviewed the names, added some names, and really focused on if it was a person, someone who made a specific contribution in education to this district. So just want to clarify, we got good feedback and guidance from the board, and we're able to take that back with the committee and think through. Just some meeting dates for reference, and we did survey the committee. We have a lot of really wonderful names to think through and choose from as we continue to build schools here in Elk Grove. I will plug this more than once tonight, but we do have a groundbreaking for this school tomorrow morning. I'll share more information about that at the end, but it'd be really great to have a name for it tomorrow. Just no pressure. So I want to bring forward the first recommendation, and I'll say this before I get there. We were really challenged to have maybe 2 options, one that represented a person who made a specific contribution, and then one that really represented the cultural geographic area, as there's some split both on the committee, and it seemed to be that way on the board as well, on whether we go for names of persons or we go for names of geography, and those are just the facts. So here's the name the committee has moved forward. It's David W. Gordon. Some of you may know him personally. David W. Gordon is the current superintendent, soon to be outgoing, of Sacramento County Office of Education, which directly serves over 30,000 students and supports 13 districts, educating more than 235,000 students. He previously led Elk Grove Unified School District from 1995 to 2004 during a period of major growth, and also served as Deputy State Superintendent at the California Department of Education. A graduate of Brandeis University and Harvard University, he's held significant national and state leadership roles, including appointments to the National Assessment Governing Board and the President's Commission on Excellence in Special Education. His service on state commissions and local boards such as the Sierra Health Foundation and Sacramento First 5 reflects his long-standing commitment to education, public service, and community impact. That is consideration 1. The second consideration is Poppy Ridge Elementary School, and named after the state flower. The California poppy became the state flower for good reason. Its vivid orange blooms often blanket the landscape each spring. Even as rural areas change, poppies still appear in unexpected places, along roadsides, in vacant lots, and across open fields. Poppy Ridge Road, connecting Bruceville Road to West Stockton Boulevard near Highway 99, takes its name from the early 1900s Poppy Ridge Dairy, owned by the Newman family. The dairy also has a link to Elk Grove schools. Harriet Eddy, namesake of Harriet Eddy Middle School, was the sister of Mrs. Newman. When Eddy arrived in 1908 to serve as principal of Elk Grove Union High School, she lived with the Newmans. This is paraphrased from the writings of Elizabeth Pinkerton, who's been pretty instrumental as a guide on the school names committee. So I'm going to let you noodle for just a bit. I'm hoping tonight that we can select a name. I can get a plug again that tomorrow we are going to host a groundbreaking at 10 a.m. And then we'll start the typical steps. We'll work with our schools and select site administration and the very exciting selection of a mascot. And then as we have new schools that come online, the new schools, we did a lot of input. We have a lot of great suggestions. We'll start with the existing names that we have that came from the community and the school names committee. Hopefully that was enough think time, because I'm going to ask staff to, I'm asking the board to consider naming Arbor Ranch one of the two names, either David W. Gordon Elementary School or Poppy Ridge Elementary School.
All right. We'll go ahead and take comments or so go ahead and go down the list here. Ms. Moore, do you have any comments, questions?
I appreciate the work that the school naming committee does. I'm very appreciative of their time and research and input. Looking at the two names, I'm drawn more toward Poppy Ridge Elementary School. I like how it aligns with the geographical location and also the connection to the Poppy Ridge Dairy, which has a connection to our district. I'm personally more drawn to names that help the community kind of feel more connected to the name of their school. And I feel that this name seems to be more of that, fulfill that purpose. I would also like to hear, though, what Ms. Ballerini has to say, as I believe this is her area. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas.
I'm generally in agreement with my colleague. I think my preference would be for Poppy Ridge for some of the same reasons. I also think I tend to lean away from naming schools after individuals, just because we know so much about their history, but there are still things we just don't know. And we've seen, even as recently as the past few months, where things come up and suddenly things need to get changed, and we don't want to be in those uncomfortable situations. That being said, this was the one name when I saw it come across in one of our board communications where I said, okay, that one, yeah. If my colleagues want to name this school after David Gordon, I would be 100% fine with that. So I will say my preference would be Poppy Ridge. I think I do want to echo what my colleague, Ms. Moore, said. I think a name like that, and something that is relatively neutral, gives the community an opportunity to build around it, to build something new and something different. They're not really attached to a legacy or something else. It gives them the ability to build their own universe around it. And I kind of like that idea. So that is my preference. If my colleagues would like to go a different direction, I am happy to provide one more vote to a unanimous vote for David Gordon Elementary as well. So,
thank you, Mr. Zong.
First I have to say thank you to the committee for putting in so much detail into researching the background where the school is being built. But I also like to say that I'm drawn more towards Poppy Ridge for the reasons that Mr. Vargas and Ms. Moore have said, but also I tend to gravitate more towards names where it's more specifically more, I guess, closer to the community versus a bigger, more broad name where also Poppy Ridge has connections like rooted historically within it, which I think is really cool. But overall, I think I'm just more gravitated. I'm more drawn to Poppy Ridge, but I also would understand why we would want to name it after David Gordon.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, as Ms. Moore said, it is my area, Area 6, so I've been thinking a lot about it, driving by, not daily, but a lot. And I actually happened to be working here when Mr. Gordon was our superintendent. And as previously noted, he was our superintendent for quite a number of years, and he's going to be retiring next year. He has actually worked in education for over 57 years. 57. Some of you here aren't even that old. So there, some of us are, but some of you aren't. He basically began his career as an elementary school teacher in 1968 in the South Bronx, New York. Then he worked for 17 years in the California Department of Education. After that, he served as the assistant superintendent of elementary education here in Elk Grove from 1991 to 1995. Then from 95 to 2004, he was our superintendent. Since leaving Elk Grove School District, he has continued to serve on numerous boards and commissions, as was previously said. When I think of someone who has put their heart and soul into education, I think of Mr. David W. Gordon. I can't think of anyone that deserves this honor more than he does for the contributions he has made to the education in this district. I personally feel that Mr. Gordon would be the perfect person for this specific school. Something that wasn't here, but when I've spoken to him when we've gone to events at SCOE, is actually 2 of his granddaughters graduated from Franklin High, which is in that area as well. And one of the reasons Poppy Ridge is not my choice is because there's actually a school on Poppy Ridge. Miwok Elementary is Poppy Ridge and Lasuda. And I think what you're going to have if you name this Poppy Ridge, people are going to be so confused as to whether it's on Poppy Ridge or named Poppy Ridge. And it's already crazy enough with David Reese and David Reese. So I just really think that Mr. Gordon deserves a school named after him, after his contributions in our district as well as the state of California. And I'm hoping that that's what my additional board members will agree with as well.
Mr. Yang, thank you.
From the reason that Jennifer has stated, I second to name this elementary David W. Gordon. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Davis.
When I go back and look at the regulations of the school naming for elementary schools that you pulled up, it said that elementary schools should be named to reflect the cultural diversity of the district, after persons or places prominent in history of the area, which is now the district, or after people who made contributions. Poppies are all over California. They don't necessarily reflect our district or our diversity. Having been a person who came to work for the district under David Gordon, he steered us through a lot of tough times, and I have a lot of respect for him. The amount of years he's put in has been amazing also, and I would support David Gordon.
Thank you. Ms. Baldwin?
The arguments for David Gordon definitely are very compelling. I have had the privilege to meet Mr. Gordon, and he definitely is someone who has done a lot in this community, for the state of California, and education in general. I do gravitate to Poppy Ridge, not for the reasons that I think we have here in the presentation, mainly because the California poppy yes, it's our state flower, but the poppy, what it means to indigenous communities is it's medicine. It has a much bigger representation of what the indigenous peoples of California, this particular area, represents. And I do believe that it would be very fitting to see more of our schools represent a part of that history so that it would encourage more of that understanding and learning about our community right here and the indigenous peoples and the indigenous landscapes and the poppy. And so I do like Poppy Ridge Elementary School, but I am compelled to support the naming be David W. Gordon Elementary School. Perhaps we might be able to consider the California poppy as the mascot for the school.
Thank you. I appreciate the education I just received, always learning. And I would be hopeful we can leave Poppy Ridge as a name on the list. We've talked about leaving the names on the list, and as the fact it is a California flower, I don't think it's specific to this school, and so it still can be on the list. And for more than the reason that it's just such a cool flower, it really has these other meanings I just learned, so thank you. Dave Gordon has done a ton for education. Dave Gordon is just an amazing person and man, and the things he did for this district happens to be when my mother-in-law was on this district, and how he took our first bonds to New York to finance here, and just made some really transformative change. Started the cafeteria, so we fed our own kids, and we quit bringing in food from all these other places. Just some really cool stuff. And I feel very strongly, I agree with naming it the David W. Gordon Elementary School. So thank you for everybody's input. I feel as this is Ms. Ballerini's area, would you like to make a motion, Ms. Ballerini?
I would love to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to name the new elementary school in the Arbor Ranch community of Elk Grove, David W. Gordon Elementary School.
Second that.
Okay, moved by Ms. Ballion, seconded by Mr. Yang. Do we feel the need for a roll call? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Yay.
Thank you.
Are there any board member or superintendent reports?
Yes.
All right, let's start with Ms. Ballerini.
Anybody else? Okay. We're supposed to talk about things we've been to, et cetera, and I wanted to let all of you know here that CSBA had a legislative action week, the week of March 17th, and 3 of us were on the calls to Assemblymember Stephanie Wen, Senator Angelique Ashby, and Assemblyman Josh Hoover. And when we were on those calls, we had a training first to know what we're supposed to say as far as what CSBA would like us to support, which are all things we would support here. One of them was to protect the Proposition 98 guarantee, to fully fund the COLA, and to protect the LEA solvency with to address the impacts of AB 218 from 2019, as well as there's a 4-bill package that CSBA is putting forward. Assembly Bill 2225, it's a state plan to close the achievement gaps. Assembly Bill 2514, State of the Achievement Gap Dashboard. Assembly Bill 2149, Annual Report on the State's Progress Closing Achievement Gaps. And Assembly Bill 2202 to establish a State Board of Education Advisory Commission on closing achievement gaps. And also to talk about AB 2008, limitations on reporting requirements, and AB 2490, the 60-day substitute bill that's being put forward. We all got to have our say in talking to them, and people are telling us we need to go and find the money and do the things, and so we have. So that was Mrs. Albiani, Mrs. Moore, and myself were on this, and the truth is, we could only have 3 of us on there because it would have been a Brown Act violation if more of us had been on. So I'm not disparaging anyone else for not being on there. What I'm saying is we had 3, and it was wonderful to have. And all those of you out there may want to look at those and see what they're about so that you know when they're coming up. The other thing is Mrs. Davis and I were on our first PI meeting that we've had, and how long, Mr. Riley? Since we've had a PI meeting? Since COVID?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. And we looked at what we want to do with the PI group, what's coming forward, all the things, all the excitement that was there. And those of us that are OGs, yes, Maggie, I'm talking about you. And Susan and I were there when we formed the PI group, and it felt really good to be looking at that again as a group of representatives from all of the bargaining units. It's called PI, Partners in Education, and it felt really good to have that coming back again. And so there we go. I think that's it.
Okay, I think, sorry. Mr. Riley's, you're good?
Oh, no, I was just going to share, there's no pie served at the pie meeting, so don't.
And you don't only meet on Pi Day? All right, sounds great. I'm going to adjourn this meeting at 10:09 p.m. Have a good night.